Tuesday, May 11th, 2021. And for the record, the time is 2:03. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Roybal. Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Mr. Chair, may I mark Commissioner Garcia as excused?
Yes, he should be joining us shortly.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
And Chair Roybal.
I'm here.
So you have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, next on our agenda, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, which is item C, the State Pledge, which is item D, and the Moment of Reflection. And from Growth Management, we're going to have Margaret Maggie Moore. And for the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge, I'll go ahead and lead that if we can all rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the state of New Mexico. Oh, I pledge allegiance I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry, I combined the state pledge and the United States pledge. So we're going to go to the state pledge, and that I'll lead that as well. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you. And if we could remain standing for our moment of reflection.
Thank you for having me here today, Commissioners. It's been a pleasure meeting you all over the last few weeks, and I look forward to working with everyone. I will let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks again, Ms. Moore. We appreciate it. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very difficult for everybody. I'm very, very sad to report that we lost one of our own yesterday morning. Dana Fulner worked in administration at the Sanapee County Fire Department. Many of you also know her husband, Captain Mike Fulner, who is our Sanapee County Wildland Fire Captain. Dana passed away unexpectedly yesterday morning. She was one of the most friendly, helpful, knowledgeable, and logical people so many of us had the pleasure of working with. She would solve any problem with a positive attitude, common sense, and often with a gentle sense of humor. She was a doll and a fabulous contributor to our fire department and to our county. This was way too soon for her to be taken from us. My heart, and I know those of the entire fire department and the county, go out to Captain Mike Fulner. I am so saddened by this and ask for a moment of silence for us all to remember this dear person, Dana Fulner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, and our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to the family. A lot of times it's the family that's and friends that are left behind that really carry the sadness and the burden. So, you know, whatever we can do to help as a county, we want you to know that. Is there anybody else that wants to either speak on behalf or also has a moment of reflection? I'm looking for a show of hands, or if you can just speak up. Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much for that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
it looked like Director Cedillo may have been trying to speak.
Okay, go ahead, Director Cedillo.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Commissioner Hamilton for expressing those nice words for Ms. Fulner. The Santa Fe County Fire Department family is saddened by this loss, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the family as well. So, Commissioner Hamilton, thank you for expressing those words for the Santa Fe County Fire Department.
Thank you, Director Cedillo. And thank you, Mr. Fresquez, for pointing that out. I'm going to go to the sheriff, Mr. Sheriff Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission. I'd just like to express my condolences to Under Sheriff Ken Johnson. His father, Art Johnson, passed away this last week. He was 91 years old. He was a pillar in the community, was involved in many programs in education and Caballeros and the Fiesta Council. And he'll be greatly missed, and our condolences and our prayers go out to the Johnson family for their loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Mendoza, and definitely prayers out to the Johnson family. We know the long history of Mr. Johnson and how he raised his children. I mean, I think all of them have been in law enforcement, and just the heroes in our community, protecting our community. So we definitely, express the condolences to the family as a great man that he was, and how he raised some great sons to work with law enforcement. I think one of his sons actually, after he retired, is actually worked for Pojoaque schools and does a great job there as well. So we just want to express our condolences to the Johnson family. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Sheriff Mendoza. I'm going to go to Jackie Lindsay.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, Director Cedillo, for your kind words for our department. It is a great loss for our department to lose Dana unexpectedly, and for Captain Fulner to continue on the incredible work that he and his family have done for the department for so many years in so many different ways. I'd like to just mention the outpouring of support from our fire family from across our regional team and our districts. The outpouring has been an incredible support. For those of you that may or may not know, the fire service often holds a vigil, and we have volunteers from our department, both career and volunteer side, that are standing guard of Dana's remains until she can be laid to rest. We will do that until she is laid to rest, or until Captain Fulner is able to let us know when the time is right to be finished with that. We do not know when the services will be, but thank you also to the county manager for reaching out to me yesterday, and your condolences have been shared with the Fulner family as well. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate that. Are there any other comments or recognitions? Okay, so we could just have a moment of silence just for a moment for all the families that we've mentioned. Okay, thank you respectfully. I appreciate all the recognitions. We're going to go ahead and go on to our next agenda item. And this is going to be the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes or requests on the agenda? Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, the agenda was posted on May 4th at 5 o'clock and then amended on May 7th at 4:28 p.m. And the only amendment to the agenda from the original agenda was under item 9, matters from county commissioners. Item 9C, just some of the materials were added to the packet. The caption was there, but some additional materials were added to the packet, and that is the only change from our original posting.
Okay. Thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any other requests? If not, then what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
Move to approve.
Second.
A second?
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and multiple seconds from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Royball. Just as another check, do we have Commissioner Garcia on yet? No. Daniel, if you could just let me know when he does jump on, that'd be great, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so next we're going to move on to the approval of the meeting minutes. 2A is request approval of the April 8th, 2021 Board of County Commissioner special meeting minutes. Do we have any changes? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson,
so I would like to table the approval of April 8th and 9th. They need work, and I need to work with whoever wrote them to fix the number of things that I need, and they don't have signature lines. And so I would just like to table A and B, and we can bring them back at the next meeting.
specifically, these are changes for the stenographer. Is that correct, Commissioner Hanson?
Well, they're the meetings from our strategic planning,
Yes.
and they were not done by our regular stenographer, and I don't know who did them. And they just need some work.
Okay. So we have a motion to table these until our next meeting, until we can get some clerical errors and possibly some changes that are incorrect as far as the actual body of the minutes. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a second from Commissioner Hughes and a motion from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Sure. Yes.
and yes from Commissioner Royball. So this item passes unanimously. I do want to ask just a quick question. Is that doesn't cause any issues at all that we need to get this approved any sooner? Is that correct, Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, there were no action items in those meetings. They were, so I'll find out what the issue with the minutes are. But we're not waiting on approval of those for any future board action.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. So we're going to go on to item number 2C, and this is request approval of the April 13th, 2021 Board of County Commission regular meetings. Meeting minutes, Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve April 13th, 2021 meeting minutes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And we have multiple seconds. It was from Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hughes. So we have Commissioner Garcia here. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
thank you, sir. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Royball. So this item passes unanimously with all the board members of the commission. Next, we're going to go on to our next item, which is item number 2D. This is request approval of the April 16th, 2021 Board of County Commissioner special meeting minutes. Do we have any changes or?
Mr.
What's the
Chair,
pleasure?
there's no changes. I'll move for approval.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia, a motion for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this, we have our approved meeting minutes for the April 16th, 2021 meeting. Next, we're going to go on to a proclamation. And this is a proclamation declaring May 11th, 2021, Santa Fe High School Senior Mentor and Leadership Program Day. You know, I had a conversation with the vice principal of Santa Fe High School, and he told me about this mentor program and leadership program. And, you know, I just thought this is such a great program that, you know, it's something that we need to highlight and try to, you know, inspire to continue. And so if we can bring that proclamation up, Daniel. Okay, and I'll go ahead and read it if you could scroll along as we go. And this is a proclamation declaring May 11th, 2021, the Santa Fe High School Senior Mentor and Leadership Program Day. Whereas the Santa Fe High School Senior Mentor and Leadership Program is a team of motivated seniors who are providing support and assistance to younger high school students that need academic and social emotional support and help. And whereas the volunteer senior commitment to the membership, confidentiality, and positive student interactions and foundational support skills is a positive contribution to the social and community. And whereas the program attracts seniors who have the ability to be positive role models and who exhibit calmness, grace under pressure, the volunteer seniors must also be willing to teach mental thinking support skills to their younger classmates, as well as ability to respect others, including adults, at all times. And whereas the seniors' commitment to serving as mentors for at least 1 year, and they must be willing to attend mentor training meetings and mixers and mentor with compassion and leadership. The senior mentors lead their wisdom to their younger classmates by talking about their mistakes and what they learned from those mistakes. The program volunteers must maintain a C or higher grade average, exhibit good citizenship to the community, leading by example, and keep in regular communications with their freshman, sophomore, mentees. Sorry, I think that this is still a little bit small for me, even with my glasses, and report any issues to counselors and administrators as appropriate. And whereas the senior volunteers in the program have demonstrated a willingness to take part in specialized mentorship training to become an effective mentor and young leader, the senior mentors are able to maintain their current school, family, and work obligations, and they're receptive to advice from other members, program team members, sponsors, advisory teachers, counselors, and administrators. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County hereby proclaim May 11th, 2021 is Santa Fe High School Senior Mentor and Leadership Program Day. And this will be approved and adopted and passed on this 11th day of May, 2021 by all the commissioners and also our county manager and our county attorney. I do want to just give time to our some of the it's actually the class president and the vice president of Santa Fe High School, which are here today, that have said they would like to address the commission. So I want to afford that opportunity. So I do want to go to the president. And today we have the president, Jose Mercado. He's the president. And go ahead, Jose, if you'd like to address the commission.
He's on mute.
Jose, you may have to unmute, sir.
Can you hear me, Commissioner Roybal?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. To the county commissioners, fellow guests, my fellow peers, to all current and future senior mentors, a day that we never saw coming has officially come. Today, we got recognized by some distinguished guests for our hard work, dedication, and service towards others. Today, we, as the Senior Mentorship and Leadership Team, got recognized by the County and City Commissioners with our very own day, the Senior Mentorship and Leadership Day. Now is the moment to celebrate this historic milestone. Today is the day that many future and current mentors can look up to. Many of you may be asking, what do we do? What is it that makes this program unique? We focus on the well-being of our fellow underclassmen peers by mentoring them and giving them advice on what and what not to do throughout their first years in high school. We do so by helping them with their homework, creating study groups, and have a little fun every once in a while. Each mentor gets assigned 2 to 3 freshmen/sophomores. And what we do with those sophomore and freshman mentees is that we have a phone call, text message, or an email. Our goal is to make sure that they are succeeding in every class and helping them with whether it's a constant pressure on homework or to kids not caring about school. From my experience with the program when I was a mentee, this program changed my life and impacted me in ways I never thought I was going to be impacted. Back in 8th grade, my teachers told me, stay the course. Don't let bad people influence you. Don't let drugs impact you and change you for the worse. A few months later, they were correct. I started hanging with the wrong crowd and started skipping class. If it weren't for this group, Mr. Morano and Mr. Granado, I don't know where I would be right now. I really don't. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit emotional there. But like I said, if it weren't for them, I don't know where I would be right now. Thanks to all seniors from that time, I am part of this historic day. I want to thank Mr. G for this honor of a lifetime opportunity, to Mr. Morano for always believing in me, to all my fellow peers, and my team. Not my executive team, but the whole team. All 35 mentors and junior wannabes, this proclamation and this day is made because of you. Not because of me, not because of my vice president, not because of the executive team, not because of Mr. Granado, not because of Mr. Morano. It's made because of you guys who do the work. the county commissioners might say, no, you're the one who runs the group. No, it's not. I might run the group, but I'm not the one who does the work. It's them. All the 35 mentors and junior wannabes, this is made because of you. Congrats to all of you. You're the ones constantly working 24/7 to get freshmen to succeed with your help. Lastly, I want to thank the Santa Fe County and City Board of County Commissioners for the dignity, humbleness, and for dedicating some of their time to local students and recognizing them for their hard work and strength. To all future mentors, never give up. It might take a couple months to get a freshman to answer a phone call or email, but at the end of the day, it pays off. It pays off. Never ever give up. To all underclassmen, there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Never give up. Always reach out if you ever need help. It will definitely pay off. Stay the course and pray for the best. Thank you again to all. Thank you to Mr. Granado for giving me this opportunity. To Mr. Marano for always believing in me. To all my fellow peers who have always believed in me and always reached out for anything. Thank you to the City and County Board of County Commissioners. I want to thank you guys. This is a really special day. And thank you again, Commissioner Roybal, for this historic milestone. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Jose. And originally I was given the last name of Mercado, but I noticed it said Esquivel on your little window here. So
Yes. No,
is it both or is it one or the other?
it doesn't really matter, Commissioner Roybal. You can call me Esquivel or Mercado.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't get it wrong.
Yeah,
And one thing I
it's all
want to
good,
highlight.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jose. And one thing I want to highlight is how often do we see young leadership and in your position recognizing the rest of your team on this mentorship program? I mean, that's really the foundation of a true leader. And so I can't tell you how proud I am of all of you and how proud I am for you to be selected to address the commission. And also we're going to have the vice president as well. But I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, it's awesome to see our youth coming forward to be the leaders in the future, because we're not always going to be here. And we always want to see the youth come forward and be ready to take the challenges and, to be quite honest, to take the helm and take over. And so we can relax. We're gonna all get old really soon here, and we'll be retired, and you guys will take these positions. And it's really wonderful to see this type of leadership, the time and effort that you all spend. You have your own homework, you have your own family and things going on in your life, but you take the time to mentor the underclassmen. I mean, there can't be enough said as far as that dedication and commitment. So I want to thank you and thank all of the leadership from this program, and just say, this is a great program, and I'm really excited to see us continue to recognize this day as this program gets bigger and better. I do want to go to Alea Lucero, and she's the vice president. Thank you, Jose. Alea? You're muted, Alea.
Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time for me and Jose and all my mentees to be speaking today. It's a really great honor for everyone here. I'm Aaliyah Lucero. I'm the Vice President of the Senior Mentor Program. And not only, how can I say this? Us being a Senior Mentor Program, like Jose said, and how, like you said, Commissioner, we do have our own lives and we do have our own personal problems, but us volunteering and all of us coming together and helping each other seek and succeed for these younger underclassmen, not knowing really from transferring to middle school to high school is really hard and it's really difficult. And because of this year and coming on through online was really hard for these new underclassmen not even experiencing high school. So not being a mentor is a lot more expecting than just seeing them succeed, because you're also helping them through more than life. You're helping them with personal problems. You're helping them with getting excitement problems. You're helping them growing into a person that they never thought they could accomplish. Not even they having a best friend there. Not even thinking they could have a best friend. Sorry, I'm really nervous. Like, I don't know why I'm really nervous today. It's a lot of people. But it's a really big day. Really, really exciting. All of us, I couldn't help and thank all of my mentees, all 35 of us in the junior wannabes. There's going to be 21 junior wannabes coming up this class of 2022. It's amazing. I mean, we didn't think we could do this online, and then thinking that we could and seeing all these underclassmen coming and these juniors wanting to become mentors for these underclassmen is amazing. And I couldn't thank Mr. G, Mr. Morano, and Ms. Jose and everyone else for this amazing program and getting me into this program to help me be a leader for not for these underclassmen, but also for my sister and for myself in becoming more of an independent woman. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Elena, and you know, great presentation. There's no reason to really be nervous, and I know in life later on you're going to be faced in a situation similar to this one, but you got to remember that everybody here is just a person. So, you know, I can't say enough for the leadership that you show and that everybody has shown. I mean, I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of Jose. You guys have done a great job, and thank God that we have leaders in our school to help mentor our youth to come forward. You know, there's a lot of times where we don't know what, you know, kids are going through in their lives daily. You know what I mean? And for somebody to be there that's actually lived it, things have changed since I was in high school. Since I was your age, things have changed, and there's a lot more challenges, and it's just different. So to have somebody there that has lived through these challenges and can give advice and be a positive role model is, you know, just very unique. I mean, I'm so proud of this program that Santa Fe High School has. That, I mean, I want to work with other schools and see if we could put similar programs in place. And you know, I mean, just kudos to a great job. You know, and I'm very very proud of what you guys have accomplished. And you know, I just want to thank you again for being here. And I do want to, you know, give the opportunity for Mr. Granado or Mr. Mercado to speak as well if they'd like to.
It's unmuted too. Okay. Speak right there. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, Commission, and we're very proud of our senior mentors group and, of course, our students who make it happen. And we're always telling them on a regular basis. A lot of times the adults keep telling them, you need to, you know, you tell the students you need to do this. You need to get your act together. But when they hear it from their classmates, from their colleagues, and from student leaders, it is just so much more powerful. We've kept a lot of kids in school because of our senior mentors, and they kept a lot of our freshmen from thinking of dropping out or just giving up on school. So I want to thank our senior mentors, Mr. Granado for his leadership, our counseling staff, Mr. Cohn's here with us now, and our entire counseling group who works with our students. And again, the commission for recognizing this today. It's again, the students do the work. We just kind of guide them along the way, and they've been fantastic. So we got great future leaders, and we're just very proud of them. And thank you for recognizing them on this day and this program. Thank you again. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so, I mean, what a great program. And I just want to thank you for keeping this program in place, and it looks like it's a building foundation for the future. And so I'm really excited to see that. And I want to learn more about some of the programs that might be in some of the other schools that we need to recognize, because, I mean, if not, if they don't have this type of program, then I would recommend to some of the schools to try and put this type of program in place. So just really happy, really proud of the fact that, I came to find out about this program sort of on an accident. I had foster kids that I'm still listed as their contact if there's some things that need to be brought forward. So that's kind of how I learned about the program. And so, I mean, what a great program. And I just felt the necessity to have it highlighted. So I'm just really proud to have you guys here today. I can't express that enough. And Hosea, Alea, and everybody that's a part of this program. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to go to county commissioners for comments. And then before I go to a vote on this proclamation for approval, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really wonderful that you brought this forward. It's amazing to see such wonderful peer leadership and flat out leadership qualities in our high school students, supporting each other and really representing the kind of people who are going to be there in the future for our community and for any community they become a part of in the future. So I have to throw in that it is impressive to, at this point in your lives, be able to come and speak in a public forum like this. So just on that very small level, incredibly well done. It is very, very meaningful and very representative of what you have to offer in your futures. And congratulations on this. I think it's a wonderful proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, I don't even know where to start. I'm on the school board, and I see over 13,000 students on the school board, and thank you for coming forward and speaking. What's happening nationwide with our schools is challenging. And let me tell you, thank you for coming forward. The issues you have, the challenges you have, it's challenging, but please, like you said, never quit and stay on the course, because that's what the kids need to do. Never quit, stay on the course, because that's what we need to do in America, because that's what's happening. Mr. Morano, you brought Mr. Morano. Mr. Morano is a good Peniel screen, one of our top officials. She called me. She I just want to tell you, Mr. Morano knows every kid. Every morning, he's there at 7 o'clock in the morning. He says, how's it going? Every kid. But it's educators that have passion to what we do. And it's in the school board, it's a little different. And so let me ask you, so what else got here? Dr. Garcia, we have a great superintendent that's leaving us. Big shoes to fill. However, us as a community, we have we always get the votes to pass the bonds and whatever we need for the community, for the schools, and so communication. And so I think this is good. It's just different when you're sitting on the school board and you're sitting on the county commission board, but I think this is a great deal that you're bringing forward, Commissioner. And it's just, I went to Votech and I graduated from Votech. You know what? And Votech is a school that it's called Eco now. And but let me tell you, I actually I learned a lot from learning a trade. And so these days we're dealing with trades in schools, as into, some kids want to go to college. Just understand, I get it. But some kids want to learn a trade. Yeah, I get it, I understand it. So it's just, when you're on the school board, it's a whole different deal. And sometimes I don't sleep at night, but it's good. But Commissioner, thank you for bringing this forward. As long as the county communicating with the schools, this is great. Thank you, Commissioner. So I vote yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And we haven't gotten a motion yet, but being that you are a school board member, I would love for you to second the.
I will
motion.
second that or do the second vote or the first vote. Yes, please.
Thank
And
you.
I will bring this forward to the school board, and this is awesome that we're all communicating, the county, school board communicating. So yes, I will bring it forward, but I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this forward. It's really important to recognize the good work that is being done in our schools. Congratulations to everyone. Ditto all the other comments. Thank you very much. And congratulations to all of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for bringing this forward, and congratulations to the young people. You've discovered the joy of helping other people who need your help. I think that's great what you're doing. And I think it's really good to see such good public speakers coming out of our high school. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm going to go to, actually, I guess that would bring it to me. And so, I mean, I think I've spoken enough and people might be tired of hearing what I have to say, but, I can't say enough how excited and proud I am of this program. I know that there may be other members of the Santa Fe High School Senior Mentorship Leadership Program. So I want to afford the opportunity for them to make any comments that they would like to. Is there anybody? You can unmute yourself and just go ahead and address the commission if you'd like. I can see a couple, so don't make me call on you. Magdalena.
Come on, Band or Magdalena, come on.
Yes, sir. Well, to the Commissioner Roybal, thank you so much for having us here today. Thank you to all the commissioners for having us here today. The Senior Mentor Program has definitely been beneficial for me while I've been learning how to help like my mentees. It's definitely taught me what it means to be a leader and how to become a leader, and regardless of what my situation is. I've also learned how to really persevere, especially now during this pandemic, and where it's been a little harder for everyone. And today's such an important day, and having the opportunity to be here is just really amazing. So thank you so much.
Come on, Ben. That's an order.
I'm
man.
sorry. All right. Thank you, board, for having us. For the senior mentorship thing, it's been a privilege every day to see each mentor, talk to them, text them, get to know them. Just absolute privilege to me, and I find it ironic that even though I'm the mentor, I still learn a lot from them, and I hope that this program, continues to prosper, grows bigger, and can get into more and more schools. I'm really thankful that it's here and has helped me in many ways.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Magdalena, thank you. I had a little bit of internet issues there for a moment. Do we have anybody else that would like to address the commission?
I will, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Granada.
So I'm
Or
Mr.
I'm not sure. It
Granado.
says Granado on the screen, but you can, maybe it's Mercado, or
Hey,
if you could state your name for the record, that would be awesome.
well, just don't call me late for dinner, okay? So
Okay.
I'm Mr. Granado, Mr. G. I'm the associate principal here. 9th and 10th grade focus is my focus, and my pleasure to work with all these seniors. Most of them were knuckleheads when they were freshmen. They were in my office, wink, wink, if you know what I mean. And they've grown out of that. And they've grown into wonderful leaders. So, but I'm the primary sponsor. I look forward to seeing and meeting Commissioner Garcia. I don't think I've met you, sir. So I look forward to meeting you, I believe, on Friday, where we have our recognition, and Mr. Roybal, Commissioner Roybal, excuse me, for that event. So we look forward to that. But again, just on behalf of being the sponsor with these kids, I'm up there with you guys in the age. So, you know, I'm on the other side of that patriotic rainbow myself, but I get a lot of extra mileage from these kids, the energy that I get working with them. But I appreciate this because this truly is a first time event for us to have this recognition. It's the buzz all around campus and with the parents. And I teach the kids, they know leadership values, and one of them is H, honor, honesty, and humbleness. But on this occasion, it's okay for them to receive the accolades from you guys, from your team. So I appreciate that on behalf of the sponsor of this program. And that's a wrap for us, right, kids? Because they want to go eat lunch. So Mr. Granado, out. I'm at your beck and sir, and hope to see you all Friday. And to the rest of the distinguished guests, thank you again for voting on this and doing this for us.
Yes, sir. And we do still have a video that we'd like to play, but I just want to say awesome job. So proud of you guys. I look forward to seeing you Friday. It's going to be awesome to see everybody actually in real time instead of on our through this the computer system that we have through WebEx and everything else. You know, it's going to be awesome to be able to just spend some time, actually see the leaders, and it makes me feel good to say the future is going to be well taken care of by these new leaders coming up. And so I'm really proud of every one of you.
Hey, I have something for Commissioner Hanson. I see Hanson with your hat's in the background. I bet you don't have one of these. You know what that is?
The Mounties?
It looks like a foreigner hat. I'm sorry, I can't see what it says.
Mr. Granado, before he became a teacher and a principal, I was a drill sergeant in the United States Army. So I just retired 5 years ago. So a lot of those leaders.
Well, congratulations.
Back in the day.
Commissioner Roybal.
You're right, I don't have one of those.
Commissioner Roybal, this is Major Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
Oh, shoot, Major.
Sheriff Gonzalez.
Commissioner Roybal and commissioners, I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Granado. You know, I've been one of those parents probably four years ago, and you know, he brought me in with my son. We had some good conversation, and you know, the programs that him and Mr. Morano have, you know, they are excelling, and I just want to thank you in the Santa Fe I team. Because of them, my son's doing really well. He's in Korea right now, so we're hoping to see him soon. Thank you.
Thank you for those words. I mean, it's just awesome to see, and for Mr. Granado to hear the impact that it's had on these students and their future. So it's just awesome. Okay, so we do have a video that we'd like to play. Daniel, would you like to do that?
All right, they're gonna play a video and then you can go. I think you've seen it before.
I enjoy being a senior mentor because I love working with my mentees and I want to see them succeed. And I will do everything in my power to help.
I love being a mentor because it's a support system within our school that helps guide our younger struggling students with their transition from middle school to high school. We help guide them in the right direction, help them make better decisions for themselves, help them stay on track with their classes and assignments, and overall just be there to encourage them and help them with any struggles that high school may bring. We build very strong relationships with our younger students, and also us as mentors, we're overall just a big family that you can count on for anything that you need. I really hope you consider joining this program. It is amazing.
Being a part of this program has been really great. I have been able to help 3 younger classmen with their grades, help them with their attendance, and it feels good to like be able to help younger people who feel like they're left alone in this going into high school and stuff. It's a really scary situation. This program is a really good opportunity for you to be a good leader and also help people in the process. And it's a really good program. I really like it. And yeah.
As senior mentors, our duty is to help the underclassmen who just might need that little extra push from a fellow peer to get them to achieve their goals.
Hi, I'm going to be a senior next year, and I'm joining the senior mentor program to help emotionally and help with their grades.
I'm a junior. I want to become a senior mentor next year, and I'm here to help any freshman who needs help in anything.
I'm a junior, and next year I'll be a senior, helping out the incoming freshmen to navigate through the school so they don't get confused in what classes they have.
Hey, juniors, this message is especially for you. I'm here with some junior wannabes and 1 senior mentor. I'm looking for you to be a mentor with underclassmen for next year. Contact Mr. G at mgranado, blah, blah, blah. I need you.
Great video, great video. So, I want to make a motion to approve this proclamation declaring May 11th, 2021, Santa Fe High School Senior Mentor and Leadership Program Day. And I'll go to Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that. I want to make a little comment whenever you
Yes,
allow
sir.
me to
Well,
make
we
comment.
have a motion and a second, so feel free, Commissioner Garcia.
So really quick, the kids, you young kids that are speakers, step up to the plate and follow what you want to do, because you know what, my hair is not gray, it's white now, but you know what, this is your world, and so you guys got to speak up. Great job what you guys did, because this is your world. You guys got to do what you got to do. Please speak up, because government is you guys got to speak up. Please speak up. Don't be afraid to speak up. It's your government. In regards to the volunteer on the school board, the volunteer community, oh my God, Santa Fe has a great volunteer community from community schools. We have a great community volunteer program. Awesome job. And I appreciate that, because sometimes we don't realize what the schools go through, but sitting on the school board, I see it and I go, really? Wow. So great. Thank you for our volunteers that help out the community. Appreciate that. But kids, please speak up, do what you want to do. So what's it? In regards to as a major state, ROTC is actually for the last 4 years, they're #1 in the nation. Santa Fe, New Mexico, Santa Fe, #1 in the nation, as into #1 in the nation for being ROTC, for what they do with their program. #1 in the nation. Awesome. People don't really see that, they don't realize that, but thank you, Major, for speaking up, because they are #1. They are #1, #2 in the nation in the last 2-3 years, and people don't realize that. But I do, because I sit on another board. Yes, and one of the other things is Dr. Garcia, great superintendent. And so we're going to miss a good superintendent for schools, but she has to do what she needs to do, because, however, we hired this other gentleman, and so we will continue to work with our public schools. And I just want the county, city, state to work with our schools, because it's our community, right? It's our younger generation that's going to take care of us. because they're the next generation. So I just want to bring that up. This whole COVID stuff is actually bothered me. It's kind of messed with me and with all these students and everybody else. And so it's kind of hopefully now that the governor says, let's lift the regulations and we can move forward. And so it's a hard thing to deal with. We know schools start schools, don't start schools, what else? But Commissioner Roybal, thank you for bringing this forward, but let's communicate as a community because that's what we need to do. And let's just communicate because that's what it's about. And so just wanted to bring those forward and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So we do have a motion and a second. I want to go to any other commissioners that may have final comments. And if none, I do want to read some of the chat items that have come out. You know, we have a thank you from Jose Esquivel to Mr. G. Thank you with an exclamation point. I mean, it says it all. Then we do have from Jackie Lindsay, our fire chief. She says, congratulations on a fantastic mentorship program. I can tell you from Once Wayward Kid, these programs save lives. Thank you all for the strong work and to this whole team. So, you know, it makes a difference. And, you know, you guys are part of a foundation that, you know, can build a future. And that's what we need. There's just things are so much different nowadays than when a lot of us went to school. There's a lot more challenges that you face. And so thank you for all your dedication and hard work once again. And from there, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. And I'm sensing that we're going to have a unanimous decision to pass this proclamation. So Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Chairman, my district in the school board is in the south side here off of Airport Road. And, you know, whenever you deal with kids these days that they have problems, they have trouble, they have challenges. And it kind of hurts me. But as a community, county, city, state, we need to communicate because you see some of my children in my district, they have challenges, but yes, they will for this. And we can talk about it a little bit later. Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And you know, I'm very humbled to be here today to recognize each and every one of you in this mentorship program and an enthusiastic yes from Commissioner Roybal. Thank you all. So with that being said, this item is passed unanimously. And so this proclamation declaring May 11th, 2021, Santa Fe High School Senior Mentorship and Leadership Program Day has been approved unanimously by the County Commission. Thank you all. Good
Mr.
job.
Chair, can I make an amendment to actually add Capital High School to that, not necessarily Santa Fe High? I don't know if we can or not, but.
We can actually, I mean, work with Capital High School as well on a separate note.
No problem. Okay, thank you.
Does this program extend to Capital High School, or is it different? I think it's probably different if they do have one.
We can talk about it a little bit later. We'll talk about Capital High School.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so great job, you guys. Thanks again. And so we do have a proclamation that's been approved, and we will give you guys all copies of this proclamation. We'll get them out to you. And thanks again. You guys doing an awesome job. Thank you. Good job. Okay, so we're
Thank you very much.
Yes, we're going to move on to our next item, and this is the consent agenda.
Okay.
And are there any items that the commission would like further discussion on this consent agenda, or would like pulled from the consent agenda to go into further discussion? If not, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll move for approval.
So we have a motion from
Second.
Commissioner Garcia and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So our consent agenda is approved unanimously. We're gonna go, or actually, Madam Clerk, can we get resolution numbers for item D, E, G?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The first resolution will be 2021-037. The second resolution, E, under the consent agenda is 2021-038. And then logically, G is 2021-039.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We appreciate that. Okay, the next item that we have on our agenda is item number 5, and this is the appointments and reappointments. 5A is appointment and reappointment of members to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, CIAC, and from Growth Management, I believe we have Miss Maggie Moore.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, again for your time today. The action item before the board is in regard to appointment and reappointment of members to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. I'll just provide a brief summary and background on the CIAC before the final action. The committee is formed in accordance with Santa Fe County Resolution 2013-73 and the New Mexico Development Fees Acts, which are Exhibits A and B respectively in the board docs. Back in September of 2018, the BCC appointed 5 members to the committee. 2-member terms expired in September of 2020, leaving the 2 vacancies that we need filled today. The remaining 3 members' terms expire this September, and you can please refer to the memo and exhibits A through C for detailed information and supporting documentation. Over the past several weeks, Growth Management Department staff have conducted outreach to solicit applications for the committee through our listserv and advertisements placed in local and regional newspapers. We received 3 eligible applicants and have vetted applicants' qualifications and conducted interviews. Based on the results of this process, we request that the board fill the 2 current vacancies on the committee with the reappointment of Attorney Christopher Grazer, who is the former chair of the committee, and the appointment of Daniel Pava, who is an experienced local planner and longtime resident of the community.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an approval, if I may. Chris Grazer worked for the county, great attorney. I don't know the other gentleman, but if he has planning experience, so I'd like to make an approval. One motion, please.
Okay, thank you. Chair Roybal had to step away for just a moment. So we have a motion for approval as recommended. Is that true? Commissioner Hanson?
I will second that to reappoint Christopher Grazer and the appointment of Daniel Pava.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion at this point? I'd just like to recognize the service of Mr. Grazer and put in a comment of the great experience and perspective that Dan Pava has. I'm very, very pleased to see him recommended for this committee. So we can go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hamilton votes yes. Commissioner Roybal, I assume you have not returned yet. So for those present on the floor, this passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Maggie.
Thank you.
So that would take us to item 6, miscellaneous action items. 6A is request approval of 9 right-of-way donation agreements for the Northeast Southeast Connector Road project. I believe we have Scott Caseman. Is that true?
Yes.
Hi,
Can you
thanks.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Caseman with Public Works Department. We are requesting acceptance of 9 right-of-way donation agreements for the Northeast-Southeast connector, which is located in the Santa Fe Community College District, south of I-25. I would like to try to share a map. Let's see here. Okay.
Madam Chair, may I speak, please? I'm sorry.
Well,
Can we, I'd like to make a motion for approval of this.
Well, can we wait till, I appreciate it, but can we please, just
Sure.
respectfully wait till after the presentation? And
Yes.
and Mr. Caseman, your map is shared. Thank you.
Okay, great. So the project is located in the Santa Fe Community College District, and the Northeast connector will run from the intersection of Richards Avenue and Dinosaur Trail heading eastward to a roundabout and will connect with Rabbit Road. Then the Southeast connector will run from an intersection down here in the southwest corner from the intersection of Avenida del Sur with Richards Avenue. It will head east for approximately 1 mile to another intersection and then head north back up and connect with Rabbit Road and Dinosaur Trail. The engineers have identified 10 parcels that are necessary for right of way to construct the project, and this submittal will give us 9 of those. The landowners have agreed to donate the property, and because they will be significantly benefiting from this, and they will need it for development of their property. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Caseman. Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Hughes.
So I did not see a copy of this map in our packet. Did I miss it? Or did we not have this map in our packet?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I did submit it. I don't know if it was uploaded to Board Docs or not.
I mean, I saw a map in there, but I don't think I saw this, I haven't been able to find the same map. So I did read that the New Mexico Land Conservancy, they donated some land. Did they have the land right near the signal? Is that where their land was?
It's right up here by Dinosaur Trail. Yes, in the signal. Can you see my cursor? Does that come through?
Not really. It's
No.
really too small for me to see it.
You can see it, but it is a small line.
Anyhow, I know this is Commissioner Hughes's district, but I am really happy to see that we have the right of ways, and I'm looking forward to being back in the chamber, because this is stressful when we can't really see things. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes, this is your district, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am, like Commissioner Hanson, really glad to see this happening. When I was campaigning for my position, lots of people were asking me, when is this road going to be done? And so it's good to see it moving forward. And with that, I'd like to make the motion for approval.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
And I
Hughes.
will second it.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Commissioner Garcia.
I'm so glad that we're moving forward on this. Catherine Miller and the budget team is we dealt with highway department on this stuff for many, many years. And they, we sat there with highway department, they said, yes, yes, yes. And they said, no, no, no. So, but the county's doing it. So I totally appreciate that. But the other thing is so is the DOT, do they have any money in this or not? Yes or no? And, we're taking care of it. And so we have a great public works, manager these days that is awesome guy. And so we're gonna get it done because we need to get it done because that's what's happening in that area. And so all the developers in that area that have volunteered to give their right of way, thank you, appreciate that because we all have to work together. So thank you for that. So thank you, Madam Chair. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair, this is
Yes,
the
Commissioner
manager.
Hughes? Yes, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to answer the
Yes.
question. There is no federal money in the construction of this project. It's all with general obligation bonds approved by the taxpayers as well as capital outlay GRT. There was some initially on our feasibility and alignment study, but there's not any in the construction of the project.
Thank you, Madam
Thanks
Chair.
so much.
Thank you, Madam Manager. So, Madam Chair, so I just want to make sure that the individuals out there that in that area, this Commissioner Hughes's district is like, the county we're building this road on our own. So, Manager Miller and your team, as well as your new project management team, as into the state highway department said, yeah, we're going to give you money. They never give us $1. But thank you, Manager Miller, and your entire team that is saying, the county's going to do this on their own because it's something that's needed in that area. But thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, just a quick question, which I assumed I knew the answer to, but I wanted to confirm. Are these all of the donations and easements that we need, or is there anything left to do?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we have one remaining parcel to acquire. We are in active negotiations and hope to have that settled relatively soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caseman. So if there are no further questions, I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hamilton votes yes. Chair Roybal, have you rejoined us?
Yes, and my vote would be yes as well. Glad to see this.
Thank you, and I'll turn the meeting back over to you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 6B. And I do want to just say for the record, the appointment that was made earlier on 5A, I want to show that I voted in the affirmative as well, just for the stenographer. So we're going to go on to item 6B, acceptance and approval of the greenhouse gas emissions inventory. And we have Adeline Murthy from the sustainability specialist. Adeline? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I will pass it on to Jacqueline to read the memo and introduce this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to give a brief background and summary of what we have been working on as a team, but Adeline has been the project lead for several months now and has done a great job in this project, which will also move us into another direction in calculating all our greenhouse gas emissions. So in 2019, the Santa Fe County Sustainability Office contracted Adelante Consulting, Inc. to conduct a greenhouse gas emissions inventory of county operations for the calendar years 2005, 2017, and 2018. Greenhouse gas emissions were quantified across 4 sectors of county operations: buildings, fleet, solid waste, and water and wastewater treatment. Adelante Consulting then worked with the Sustainability Office to identify interim reduction targets and strategies to achieve the overarching net zero greenhouse gas emissions goal, which is set in the Paris Agreement, to which the county has affirmed its commitment as per Resolution 2017-68. And so following is a presentation by Adelante Consulting and the sustainability staff on the results of that inventory and proposed reduction targets and plans and strategies for the Board of County Commissioners to consider. With that, I will ask if Daniel could please bring up the presentation, and we'll pass the floor to Adelante, Amy Brown.
Thank you very much, Sustainability Manager Beam. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's my pleasure to be here. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Jennifer Pope and Will Donahue, and thank you for the opportunity to present this to you. Next slide, please. Sustainability Manager Beam just essentially told you this information. I just want to define a couple of terms that you'll see throughout. Greenhouse gases are gases in the Earth's atmosphere that trap heat. All emissions are reported in metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which you will see signified by capital M, capital T, capital C, O2, small e. So that stands for metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Greenhouse gases include carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and the groups of high global warming potential gases that include hydrofluorocarbons. With the help of your county staff, we gathered a tremendous amount of information and spent a lot of time validating and organizing it. That included interviews with staff throughout the county. We then uploaded data sets into ICLEI's ClearPath program in order to create the inventories. These inventories contain an enormous amount of information, and ClearPath allows you to analyze the data and create various projections. Next slide, please. The 2005 inventory serves as a baseline, while data from 2017 and 2018 show trends over time. Following local government operations protocol guidelines, a financial control approach was utilized. So the inventories include not only information about county-owned properties, vehicles, and activities, but also entities where the county has a financial stake. Therefore, a percentage of emissions from the Santa Fe Solid Waste Management Agency, Buckman Direct Diversion Water Treatment Facility, and the North Central Regional Transportation District was included. The LGOP was developed by ICLEI and its partners, and it's considered to be the rule book for accounting for greenhouse gas emissions for local governments. Next slide, please. This shows the three scopes of emissions that are defined in the LGOP. Scope 1, which is in the middle of the slide, includes all direct emissions, including those from combustion of fossil fuels such as gasoline, natural gas, and propane. Scope 2, on the left of the slide, encompasses indirect emissions from consumption of purchased grid-supplied energy. This primarily means electricity. Scope 3 emissions encompass other emissions indirectly related to operations of county government, such as emissions from business travel and employee commutes, emissions related to the supply chain of goods and services the county purchases, and emissions from contracted services. The inventories we produced for the county cover Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions only. While we had hoped to include some Scope 3 emissions, there simply wasn't time to gather the information related to topics such as employee commuting, business travel, and some of the other indirect sources. We would recommend that in a future government operations inventory, you consider including Scope 3 emissions. Next slide, please. Here are the results by scope for each of the 3 years. The large spike shown in the 2005 inventory, which is in the center of the slide here, is attributed to the Caja del Rio landfill prior to the landfill gas collection system that exists there today. The data available for 2018 is the most complete of the data sets and therefore the most reliable. Next slide, please. This chart shows the same data along with the percentage changes from 2005 to 2018 and 2017 to 2018 in the final 2 columns on the right. Total emissions for county government operations in 2005 were calculated at 426,707 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. By contrast, 2017 greenhouse gas emissions totaled 10,745 metric tons of CO2 equivalent, and 2018 greenhouse gas emissions were 11,741 metric tons. Total greenhouse gas emissions showed a 97.2% decrease from 2005 to 2018. Over 99% of this large reduction is directly related to the use of the gas collection system at Caja del Rio. Scope 1 emissions were 6,429 metric tons of CO2 equivalent for 2018, a 98% decrease from 2005 to 2018. Scope 2 emissions were calculated at 5,312 metric tons of CO2 equivalent for 2018. That's an 18% increase from 2005. This increase is directly related to an 83% increase in county staff between 2005 and 2018, which necessitated an increase in the county's building footprint. Remember that Scope 2 is primarily utility-provided electricity. To your credit, however, the county was able to reduce per capita emissions during this same time period, likely due to your sustainability efforts, such as your solarization program. Next slide, please. This shows the same data, but by sector, combining both Scope 1 and Scope 2 into the same pieces of the pie. This is 2005, and as you can see, solid waste is the giant contributor, and that was because it was before the installation of the gas collection system at Caja del Rio. Next slide, please. This shows the same information for 2017. Next slide. And this shows the same information for 2018. Concluding phase 1, we provided a report that includes a much more detailed summary of our results, recommendations, and estimated costs. We also provided staff access to the completed inventories and data in ClearPath. Next slide, please. We worked with your sustainability staff to recommend reduction targets for 2025 through 2050 and to identify high-impact strategies to achieve greenhouse gas reductions in county operations. We would recommend that you consider in the future completing a community-wide emissions inventory, creating a reduction plan for community emissions, and developing a comprehensive action plan to further reduce emissions and increase resiliency for both county government operations and the community. Next slide, please. It's been a pleasure working with the county, and we thank you for the opportunity. I will now turn it over to Sustainability Specialist Murthy, who will summarize the specific recommendations for continuing on the county's great sustainability path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners for the opportunity to speak with you today. Next slide, please. So with an understanding now of our historical greenhouse gas emissions, we can now set informed targets to guide the county to achieve the net zero by 2050 goal as laid out in the Paris Agreement. I'm going to go over some of the proposed interim greenhouse gas emission reduction targets and strategies that we identified with Adelante. This table shows our proposed roadmap with interim reduction targets set every 5 years. The first reduction target we propose is a 25% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions by 2025 compared to 2018 levels, which as Ms. Brown said is the baseline year we selected due to the quality of the data of that inventory year. Next slide, please. Here's another way to visualize the historical emissions by sector on the left and our proposed reductions on the right. Next slide, please. We worked with Adelante to identify reduction strategies across each sector, and in general, the primary reduction actions needed to reach our net zero goal are implementing energy efficiency measures in buildings, sourcing our electricity from renewable energy, electrifying our buildings and fleet, decreasing methane emissions from solid waste and wastewater treatment operations, and eventually, if needed, carbon offsets. Next slide, please. It's important to remember that we're thinking in the long term over a time span of 3 decades. So of course, not everything can be achieved today. However, these are 4 projects we identified with Adelante as projects that could reasonably be achieved within the next 5 years, and which would allow us to meet our proposed 2025 interim target, which again is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 25% from 2018 levels. Those 4 projects are, first, to complete the Quill wastewater treatment facility improvements. 2, convert the 2 facilities with the highest use of natural gas to electric heat pumps and other electrical appliances. 3, receive 1.3 megawatts of solar energy from PNM's Solar Direct program to power half of county facilities. And this is currently in progress and expected to go live this fall. And 4th, implement the facility improvement measures identified by Year Out in the county's recent investment grade audit. Other reduction avenues can be taken, but these are the ones we identified as the projects with the greatest potential for emission reductions in the near term. With that, I will pass it on to Jacqueline Bean, Sustainability Manager, who will present an overview of next steps. And next slide, please.
Thank you, Adeline, and Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I just want to emphasize in the plan, we really looked at ways to make it nimble and flexible so that we can take advantage of any innovation, new technology that comes up and is made available to us. So we decided to go with 5-year increments and then to review those 5 years at the end of each year or phase and see where we are and how we're standing with our goals. And then make adjustments as we need to. So it would be a living document. What we are really interested in focusing on is embedding these ideas within the departments and really working together as a whole unit in the county, but also thinking about that climate action plan as an integrative plan that we're looking to respond more quickly and resiliently to anything that we're facing in the future as a result of climate change. And so it's not just an inner operational focus, but this is just the first step. And then we're looking towards how can we operate and respond more effectively as weather events happen and severe drought continues, etc. And so that is really what we are asking for as approval to publish the findings and to implement the next steps. And with that, I'll stand for questions, and Adelante and staff, as well as Adeline, is here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that great presentation. Do we have questions from the board? I'm going to look for a show of hands.
Mr. Chair, I have questions.
Go ahead.
I had my hand raised.
Go ahead, ladies first.
Unfortunately, I was expanding the screen at the same time, and so I do see Commissioner Hansen and Hughes, but I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia first, and then I'll go to Hansen and then Hughes afterwards. Sorry
So
about
really
that,
quick-
but I have to make the screen smaller so I can see the presentation, and then when I expand it, it's hard to see it. So,
Mr. Chair, you can let Mr. Commissioner Hansen go first. Ladies first. I'm okay with that.
okay, thank you for being so gracious, Commissioner Garcia. Go ahead, Commissioner Hansen. You need to mute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to thank so
Maybe partially muted, Commissioner Hansen. I don't see you anymore.
Mr. Chair, it looks like she may have been disconnected.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Hughes and we'll come back to Commissioner Hansen when she gets back on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great presentation and a really good study. I think this will be very helpful. My question was, how far along are we, or have we started at all on some of the harder things on this list, such as especially converting the 2 high natural gas users to electrical appliances and heat pumps? It seems to me that would be a rather ambitious project, and I just wonder if we've priced that out, or where are we in that? Thank you.
I can answer to that. Thank you. So we have made some progress on 3 out of the 4 projects that are identified, and you're correct that the conversion of natural gas to electricity, we have not done any groundwork on yet. Besides Adelante calculating the emission reductions associated with those projects. So that would be something that we need to budget and add to the capital improvement plan. So at this point, no, there has not been any work done on that project.
Okay, thank you. Well, could you tell me, I know where we are on the solar project, but how about the other 2, the Quill plant and the Year Out Energy? Just remind me of those.
So Quill has been identified as a priority in the capital improvement plan. That's all I know at this point after speaking with someone from utilities. Okay, I'm just informed that it's nearing end of construction. So that's great. And then the Year Out facility improvement measures, we are still, okay, Kathleen can give a more accurate answer.
Sorry, we have many heads in many areas, Commissioner Hughes, commissioners. So the Year Out Energy for retrofitting 14 of our facilities and providing substantial energy efficiency upgrades has been approved. The contract has been signed. And so a notice to proceed will be going out this week. So that will at least have kicked off also on that list.
Well, thank you. That's good. We're doing 3 out of the 4 already, and we just have to tackle the other one. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair? Or Mr. Chair? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Manager Miller, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
So I just wanted to let the board know the Year Out Energy audit, the board needs to determine, and I brought it up in our last budget study session, whether you'd like to use some of the federal funding or whether we want to try to finance that to get that completed. So while we are engaging Year Out, we have not identified the funding source for the $2 million worth of improvements, but we have a couple of options.
Oh, okay, great. That's good to hear. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I'm sorry, I keep getting kicked out of this meeting. I'll be happy when we're meeting in person. I've only been kicked out now 3 or 4 times, just today.
Well, when we're meeting in person, you'd be you definitely would be holding on to desks and everything else if they try to escort you out, right?
That's right.
All right.
So thank you. I want to thank the sustainability staff for moving forward with this. This is such an important a project to me, and seeing the results of us doing this today. I was on a call with Secretary of the Interior Holland and with a number of other county commissioners and mayors and councilors of cities, and they were talking about their greenhouse gas reductions. And I was happy to be able to mention that we were having a presentation on ours. So it makes me happy. I really think that we need to share this information with Randall also. I think that he would, at SWAMA, I think he would be very interested in seeing this, and I think it would continue to help us reduce our greenhouse gas inventory. And I don't know if we've had a motion to approve and accept this, but I would like to make a motion to approve and accept this.
Second.
No, We hadn't had a motion yet, and we have a motion now from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, and is there any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. Yes, please.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Just really good. Thank you, Adelante, for doing an excellent job in doing the study. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, the staff from the county. One of the things I have is the budget. So is there budget included in your study? Question. And also you talked about metric tons. I'm like, what does that mean? I don't know. And then also in regards to PNM, have we talked to PNM because they're going to be shutting down one of their plants there in Farmington? So we've talked to PNM. Does the study include PNM? Yes or no? Also today, we all saw in the news the PNM pipeline from Texas all the way to the East Coast. They got hacked. So it's kind of like. So does our study actually look at that as well as in getting hacked? Because like I said, the pipeline from Texas to the East Coast, it's going to be shut down for 3 or 5 days for the rest. And also you talked about the gap for 3 years. Why are we only looking at 3 years, not 7, 10, 20 years? Question. And then the 600,000 meter, I forget what you called it. So where are you at with that? And so those are kind of the questions I have. You don't have to answer right now if you don't have to, but just please email me if you need to answer them. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioners, to answer your question regarding the budget, we do not have an exact number as of yet. However, that is the next step, certainly in making these improvements, looking at costs and savings. A lot of what we are looking at is also the cost of not doing some of these upgrades and not making these changes. And to become more resilient, we are going to have to invest in ways that will be up to the board to decide how much. And we're looking at 5-year increments all the way up to 2050 because we want to stay very fluid and nimble in how we approach this for the very exact reasons what you mentioned as far as solar changing, legislation will change. Opportunities may become available to us that we cannot predict at this point in time. And so we will always be looking at this from a strategic standpoint and looking at our opportunities first. I don't know if I answered, as far as hacking is concerned, I certainly feel like that is something that we have to think about in our portfolio of where we're getting our energy from. And that's a consideration always, but that's a much bigger problem and challenge than I think the Sustainability Office has addressed at this point in time.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for answering the question. We talked a little bit earlier about the students and the kids in the schools. You know, in 30 years, I might not be here. And but however, I always want to look at the sustainability for the community in the larger picture, because it's all those young kids there here that are actually they're gonna live here. They're the ones who have to take care of this stuff. So I would just like to see a budget as into what we would actually like, what's going to take for the county to budget for that stuff. Because you have PNM that says we're going to close down our facility. They're only closing down one facility, not the 2 or 3, only one. However, I just want to take care of the community for the young kids. So just if you can actually maybe create a budget for that, that'd be great. So that's why I'm asking that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So we do have a motion and a second. I want to see by a show of hands, Commissioner Hughes, I don't see you on the screen right now, but I'd like to see if you have any questions or comments.
You're muted.
No, I'm good, Mr. Chair. I asked my questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. So being that we do have a motion and a second, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we do have the approval for the acceptance and approval of the greenhouse gas emission inventory. I want to say thank you again to Ms. Jacqueline Bean and also Adeline Murphy. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to our next item, and this is item number 7, which is matters of public concern. Daniel, do we have anybody that signed up for matters of public concern?
I do not have anybody signed up for this public.
Okay, so if you would like to address the commission with any concerns or comments that you would like the commission to look at, please unmute yourself. And if you're somebody that's called in, please hit *6 to unmute yourself and just state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Oh, Scott. Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Go ahead, Joni.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Joni Ahrens. I'm with Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety.
Okay.
My
You would like
comment.
to address the boards?
Yes,
No,
please.
we're just getting names right now, Joni.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joni. Any other, it looks like we have Scott Horvath, and I know what they're, or Kovac, Scott
Yeah.
Kovac, if you'd like to include him. And we have Jay Coughlin as well. These are some of the represent. Jay, did you also want to speak to the commission?
Yes,
Just give me a
Chairman, if
thumbs
I
up.
may, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Scott Kovac, are there anybody else? So we have 3 so far that would like to address the commission, and I'm assuming this is on the RCLC. Okay, and is there any other members of the public that would like to address the commission? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and close public comment, and we will go to Mr. Let's go to Joni Ahrens first. You're on mute, ma'am.
I'm trying here.
No, it's going to be the slogan for 2021. I think you're on mute. We should all get t-shirts.
I like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Joni Ahrens. I'm with Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety. CCNS respectfully requests that the Board of County Commissioners withdraw from the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities Joint Powers Agreement. And the reason that we ask that is because I personally attended one of the Regional Coalition meetings at Rocky Flats and ended up seeing the results of bad cleanup at Rocky Flats in terms of the Regional Coalition being involved in less than adequate plutonium cleanup there. And I would prefer not to see that happen at Llano, especially because of the water resources that are below the Pajarito Plateau. So I would ask the county commissioners to please protect the regional drinking water aquifer and withdraw from the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities, JPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joni. And when you say the Regional Coalition was involved, is that the Regional Coalition from Los Alamos? Joni?
Oh,
I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
curious. Oh, no worries. Was that the regional coalition from Los Alamos that was involved with the Rocky Flats?
Yes, the people that are
Okay.
organizing the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities started the Regional Coalition at Rocky Flats as well.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's a good piece of history to understand. Thank you
Yes,
for that information, Joni.
yes, Mr. Abelson was involved, heavily involved in the Rocky Flats Regional Coalition. And as you know, the cleanup of plutonium
Uh-huh.
was not sufficient. They set one standard for the first 3 feet of soil that was contaminated, and then another level for the next 3 feet, and then anything below 6 feet deep could remain. And that included the pipes that carried the liquid plutonium across the many facilities. So what they did is they cut those pipes off at 6 feet and capped them. And those pipes still remain below the surface. And there's
Okay.
concern about the wind blowing the caps off of those facilities.
I see. Thank you, Joni, and it's nice to see you. I'm glad that everything's going well during this pandemic. I know it's been tough for all of us, so I'm glad to see you doing well.
It certainly has. Thank you, Commissioner and Chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go to Jay Coughlin. And I know we've heard from you a couple of times, Jay, and even on the regional coalition, so I'm really glad to see you here today, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. This is no surprise to you, but I'll speak against the regional coalition as well, knowing that you all have a vote coming up to affirm or not the joint powers agreement. That is the legal basis for the regional coalition. I will briefly mention what Joni alluded to, the history of the regional coalition. It was a preceding entity at Rocky Flats and also the Mound facility in Ohio that is the predecessor and the model for the regional coalition here. And when the regional coalition started in 2011, it used to have a fact sheet on its website, which I have archived, but it's no longer on the regional coalition's website, stating about how it was modeled on that preceding entity and essentially boasting on how it saved taxpayers' money, which of course is laudable. But the downside is that it means cleanup on the cheap. Joni briefly addressed how cleanup was insufficiently performed at the Rocky Flats plant. In fact, none at all, basically below 3 feet of soil. And again, this led to the claimed savings of taxpayers' dollars, which, while seemingly a virtue, is not when it comes to incomplete cleanup. So I want to note, and I will attempt to be brief. I actually sympathize with counselors and commissioners that have to sit through endless meetings. I don't know if I could do it. But to practice what I preach, to be brief, the regional coalition essentially, sold itself, so to speak, as having two main goals. That was to promote mission diversification at the laboratory and to promote accelerated cleanup. I would state that it failed miserably in both. Concerning mission diversification, in 2011, when the regional coalition was formed, nuclear weapons programs at LANL had total funding of $1.9 billion, or 61% of total institutional funding. Now, a decade later, the weapons programs have been boosted by a full billion to $2.9 billion, and the percentage is now 78% of total institutional funding. So, the aim of promoting mission diversification has completely failed. Likewise, with accelerated cleanup, the coalition actively supported a 2016 consent order that stands in the way of a genuine cleanup. And, you know, don't take my word for it. Just look to the fact that the State Environment Department is so unhappy with that 2016 consent order that it has sued the Department of Energy to get out of it. And then just in closing, I would note that the coalition has been largely dysfunctional for at least a year now without an executive director. There's been quite a bit of controversy and publicity over misspent money. I believe that the treasurer of the coalition misstated things when only some $8,000 was in question concerning improper spending. I would point out that the state office, the state auditor, found over $150,000 in improper spending. So for all of these reasons, I'll just close observing, I think that the county should not approve the amended Joint Powers Agreement. It should follow the example of Taos County, who recently voted to get out, and follow the example of the city's committee, Quality of Life Committee, in getting out of the regional coalition. So thank you all for hearing me out, and I hope you're able to have a rather efficient and effective and mercifully expedient meeting. But again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coughlin. And, you know, as every governmental entity, we have to look at these things independently. And I know that everybody can appreciate that. And so we do have that on the agenda. And there is a lot of concerns from myself, and I'm sure from other commissioners, and we've heard a lot from a lot of our constituents, both in favor and not in favor, but we will definitely, I get, you know, I'm very positive in what my commissioners will make decisions tonight on relative to this issue. So, but we appreciate the comments, and you know, I have my own feelings on how things have gone and where I've been where with this adventure, I'll say, you know, because it's been difficult. And you know, as most of you know, I did do things that I felt was for the betterment. And you know, I'll go into more detail a little bit later, but I appreciate you know, both Miss Aaron's and Mr. Coughlin's comments. I mean, they're very well taken, and I understand. You know, sometimes we try to make things better, but you know, there's sometimes where we're fighting uphill battles. And so I appreciate your comments tonight, Mr. Coughlin, and I want you to know that I'm very level-headed and also look at my commissioners that are very educated, very smart, very educated, and we will make some decisions tonight that were based off of what we think is best for Santa Fe County, not really what other entities have done, but based off of what we think is best for Santa Fe County. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here tonight. I'm going to go to Mr.
Thank you,
Scott
Chairman.
Kovac. Yes, sir. Mr. Kovac, you're up, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Roy Ball and members of the County Commission. I also am here to urge you to vote against accepting the amended Joint Powers Agreement for the Regional Coalition of Landfill Communities. You may have noticed that DOE completely ignores Santa Fe County resolutions calling for the resolution of nuclear safety problems before expansion of pit production, comprehensive cleanup, and a new site-wide environmental impact statement. We have a long history of the regional coalition, but my main concern is that the regional coalition stands in the way of genuine cleanup at the lab because it supported the 2016 consent order negotiated between the state of New Mexico Environment Department and the Department of Energy. The consent order favored DOE contrary to the best interests of New Mexicans, and is now suing DOE to have the order terminated. But as an example, the regional coalition boasted an accomplishment in 2016. Quote, the regional coalition of landlocked communities pushed for ensuring our communities had the documentation necessary to make market progress at Los Alamos by requesting a life cycle baseline cost from the Department of Energy, Environmental Management, and a consent order agreement from the New Mexico Environment Department and the DOEEM to be sure we could defend our requests for additional cleanup funding. But in the meantime, the State Environment Department has sued the DOE on that very same consent order. And the RCLC's support for the 2016 consent order was not merely passive or just by omission. A few months after the defective consent order went into effect, the regional coalition and asked for and received a life cycle baseline cost for the cleanup at Lanel. The life cycle baseline documentation provides our communities with the necessary foundation to properly advocate on behalf of the best possible interests of cleaning up the legacy waste at the laboratory in the most time and the cost efficient manner. After years of requests of this document, we now have the tool. They finally got the tool to do it, but it was wrong. It turned out having misestimating the amount of waste that was left at the site of Los Alamos. So thank you, Chairman Roybal, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kovak. As always, I appreciate the input of our community members and also from the entity that you represent which is Nukewatch, New Mexico. And so we, we listen to our constituents, and we always have. That's the bottom line. And I can't express enough gratitude for you being here, because we don't always hear from everybody, and so we really appreciate that. So thank you for public comment. I think that's all for public comment, and we'll be addressing this item later on in the agenda. But these are always comments that we appreciate from our constituents. So thank you, Mr. Kovak, Mr. Coughlin, and also Joni. I know we've known each other for quite a long time now, and I appreciate all of you guys. Mr. Kovak, I mean, Mr. Coughlin, I think we've known each other a little bit shorter of a time than Mr. Kovak, and also Miss Erin. So thank you guys. I always appreciate hearing from you guys. So I just want to say thank you again for this public comment. I really appreciate it. Okay. Yes, is there somebody else? I think I heard something. Hello? I did hear something for a moment there, but I'm not sure.
Chairman, I just said thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely, Joni. Thank you. You have a good evening now, and stay tuned. We'll have some more feedback on that issue a little bit later. So thank you, Joni.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to matters from the county manager. And so we're going to go on to 8A, which is COVID-19 updates, and 8B, which is miscellaneous updates. Manager Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as our COVID updates, Santa Fe County remains in the turquoise, which allows for continued opening of retail and restaurant establishments. There has been a recent uptick in our daily numbers though, so hopefully that won't continue and will stay within the ranges set by the Department of Health and the governor for staying in turquoise. Our current statistics for Santa Fe County for vaccinations are that 69.2% of residents are partially vaccinated and 50.1% of eligible residents are fully vaccinated. Santa Fe County serves on a vaccination liaison group, and they meet weekly to discuss strategies for moving forward with vaccinations. The large scale events, we're starting to curtail those because they're not attracting as many individuals as they had in the past. And so now we're focusing on homebound and smaller pop-up events in targeted areas where we know there's a desire for vaccinations or a need for vaccinations without access to some of the large-scale events. We also do have 2 events coming up that include the Moderna boosters in Edgewood and at the Santa Fe County Fairgrounds. As you know, last month we did the first shots, and we have the second shot scheduled for those individuals who received their first shots in one of those 2 events, or either of those 2 events. Also, our Santa Fe County Fire Department Med 30 unit is starting homebound vaccinations, and we're working on a list of our homebound seniors. And we're using the mobile health van or the mobile vaccination van in Glorieta, La Cienega, Gorham Scout Ranch, and some other strategic areas of the county. And then lastly, all Santa Fe County employees have been invited to participate in getting vaccinated at all the local events, and several did register to do so. It's not a required component of their employment, but strongly encouraged. And I would note that many employees have eagerly volunteered to get vaccinated. Also, we are continuing our public awareness campaign, but since we are hitting the wall a little bit on the large scale vaccination events, we're actually starting to look at targeting vaccination hesitancy. So we want to address the numerous reasons that individuals may be hesitant to get the vaccine. We're working with Fire Stick and the city and others on radio, public service announcements and messaging to address that wide range of hesitancy issues. And we're putting significant social media messages encouraging people to get vaccinated. Relative to our seniors, last week we sent out a total of 2,878 meals that were delivered. 2,000 of those were hot meals and about 800 were frozen meals. And then we also delivered a total of about 12,178 meals during the month of April. Last week we did a total of 140 Food Depot bags that were delivered to seniors. Those, as I've said before, usually contain canned food and non-perishables. And then also we do fresh produce bags to seniors. And then we're still averaging about 7 trips per day of high-risk medical appointment transportations. And then on the Crisis Center, good news. On Monday, May 10th, the New Mexico Department of Health approved the Crisis Center and recommended licensure of the program. We're working on rate setting. We also still need to take a lease to the State Board of Finance and work out some other technical issues with those, but we do hope to have an opening in late June or early July. And hopefully that will be an in-person grand opening. On other updates, just a reminder, we have one more of our Earth Day events. We've done 4 out of the 5. This weekend's event, Saturday, May 15th at 9 o'clock at the Max Cole Community Center. Those events have been a huge success with many volunteers, very eager and happy to be out in nature and beautifying their surroundings and connecting with the community. So just want to acknowledge Jacqueline and the team that helped put those events together, and still plan on having our final one this Saturday. And then also we have, I want to remind the board, we do have our finance budget study session and hopefully action on the interim budget via WebEx on next Tuesday, May 18th. It's currently scheduled from 10 to 1. We did need to add at the request of the assessor an item on property valuation, so we may end up running a little bit longer. Hopefully the board has some flexibility that we can get through everything, because we did receive, and this is my final update, yesterday we did receive the guidance from the Treasury. It's fairly long. I have about I think it's about an 8-page fact sheet, but then there's a 150-page, very small print set of guidelines relative to what we can use the federal funding for. We did get an update on the numbers. So it looks like the state will receive about $1,751,000,000. Santa Fe County got a slightly different number, but $29,205,000. That'll be over 2 tranches. So the first tranche looks like it will be about $14.6 million. We're doing the work necessary in order to get that funding delivered to our bank account. And I hope on next Tuesday to discuss potential uses of those funds and get some direction at the board on where you'd like to see us focus our efforts, aside from some of the things that we already discussed. City of Santa Fe also will be receiving a little more than $15 million, and tribal governments will receive allocations as well. So it does look like, just for some guidelines for those funds, support public health expenditures to mitigate COVID-19 issues, medical expenses, behavioral health care, and certain public health and safety staff, addressing negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, including economic harms to workers, households, small businesses, impacted industries, and the public sector. Replace lost public sector revenue. So that was one of the questions we wondered. They do provide a formula for determining that. I hope by next Tuesday that we know what that would look like for Santa Fe County. They do use a formula that they have you plug in your revenues. You can't use it to replace a revenue if you removed a tax, but I don't think that we're in that situation. But if an entity has gotten rid of a tax that was in place or reduced taxes, you can't use it to replace a revenue that you intentionally removed or reduced. Also, you can provide premium pay for essential workers, offering additional support to those who have or will bear the greatest risk because of their service and critical infrastructure sectors. And then investing in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, making necessary investments to improve access to clean drinking water, support vital wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, and expand access to broadband internet. So those were the categories that we had previously been told. They expanded on that quite a bit, and we'll be providing that information to the board so that you could see what we have. As also the what we've tried to look at is making sure that we're not copying something that's also out there, so we continue to update the graph we gave you at the last budget study session that listed out all of the areas for assistance. And I just want to reiterate, one that keeps coming up is rental and utilities assistance. And DFA has been, and the state have been promoting their portal to receive rental assistance and utility payment assistance. I've provided, the liaisons have that sheet, but we'll make sure that they have it, that if any of your constituents are still looking for rental or mortgage assistance or utilities assistance, we do have avenues through the state as well as through the Connect program for some of those items. And we would just want to steer people to that rather than setting up a whole nother assistance program if there's already one at the state level. And same with business assistance. I know that last week the New Mexico Finance Authority opened up the low interest loan program that was vastly expanded during the legislative session, and they'll be opening up the business grant program, the LEADA grant program shortly if it hasn't opened already. With that, that ends my updates, and I stand for questions.
Do we have questions from the board? Commissioner Hanson, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
I'm third, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'm hoping I don't get kicked off, and I'm just was trying to unmute. Is there money in the federal money to buy scanning devices? Like when I was up in Taos last week, when I went into Taos County Commission, they had this kind of looked like an iPad on a stand that you walk up to. It takes your temperature. It gives you an all clear. And so can we purchase something like that with this money? I would hope that we could. I would think that that would be a really efficient use of the money. And then,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yeah, I would think that that would be a qualifying expenditure under the first category of the support public health expenditures.
anyhow, it was a very efficient manner to go in there. And I think we could do it in all of our buildings. And I, of course, would like to encourage every single one of our employees to get the vaccine. I am grateful to be vaccinated. I feel, I still wear my mask every time I leave my house, even when I go for a walk, but I still feel a little safer. And I am looking forward to us being back in the chambers. I'm also wondering if somehow there is money that could be directed to BDD through the city and the county.
It would depend, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, specifically what you're referring to. It can be used for water infrastructure, though.
And then could we use some of this money for sewers in our county? Of installing sewers such as in Agua Fria and other places?
Madam, or Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I believe that would be an eligible expense as well. So if the board were to direct, the one thing we have to make sure we do is that we spend it by December 31st, 2024, which sounds like a long way off. But as you know, infrastructure projects take a long time. So we might, one thing that we could potentially look at doing is something that we have shovel ready now. We might want to use these funds for that. And then push, if we have like some capital outlay funds or something that isn't real time sensitive, push that to, you know, maybe a later year. But we can certainly look at some recommendations along that line. And I would say that water, wastewater, infrastructure would be eligible. They did kind of put a focus on that as being, and broadband, 3 areas of infrastructure they thought would be most appropriate for the direct allocation of funds, but they did note in their guidelines or their fact sheet to pay attention to getting it spent timely.
Yeah, I think I forwarded you a copy of this Dig Once policy that Brent found for broadband, and you know, if we're going to be doing infrastructure, you know, pipelines, whatever it may be, you know, the water out to El Dorado. I mean, we do have a number of projects that include water, and so I would just hope to see that we try and maximize our dollars as best as possible. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Can we go on to Commissioner Hughes, I believe, had his hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Manager Miller. I have two quick questions. One is, how long do you want me to reserve on May 18th? How long do you think? We're starting at 10.
I would say no later than 10 to 2. And it may not take that long. I just, after we had set the agenda, the assessor, deputy assessor contacted the deputy manager and had concerns about getting the assessor's valuation plan approved at the same time as, or as close to the time that the board would consider approval of the interim budget. So we thought that would be a good thing to do before we go, look for approval of the interim budget. I think that that'll take maybe 20 minutes. Depends on how many questions. I don't know that all of the board members have had an opportunity to see one of those presentations, so it might take a little bit longer. So, but I wouldn't think longer than 2 at all. Most of the information that we have has already been given to the board. There's just going to be a little more detail of those kind of expanded proposals, unless there's anything else that the board would like me to bring forward on Tuesday.
And so that leads to my other question. So are we going to try and decide how to spend the federal money on Tuesday as well? Or are we just, because initially I thought we were just going to do the bare bones budget and then later do the federal money. But now that you have the directions, are we going to try and do it all on Tuesday?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, it's really up to the board. I personally, I don't think we want to try to figure out where to spend all 29 million, but there might be, you know, next Tuesday. But there might be a few things that the board would like to allocate some funding for. We certainly can we can do it separate and include whatever the board might want to include in the final budget. I would just, if we do that, I'd want then to do the final budget prior to June 30th, so it gets loaded into our system. We can't, once we do a final budget and submit that to DFA, we can't do any budget adjustments. So until they give us approval, which tends to be about September. So I think if there's things that the board would like us to do this summer, that those things should get included in the interim budget. Things that maybe are a little further out, we could probably do in the final budget, but it's a little challenging the way that DFA has their system. We just used to turn in a budget and it wasn't loaded into their system. Their system has limitations between our interim and our final budget, and then they have limitations on what we can do before we receive formal approval of our final budget. So I just wouldn't want to get, if we're trying to do something in July or August, I'd want to make sure that that got approved prior to June 30, so it was built into what we submit to DFA.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Just really quick, I know we might not be a matter from the county commission, but we had the planting day in Edgewood this weekend. Thank you, staff. Excellent job. And all the volunteers, we did a great job there, and it came out really great. So I just want to thank everybody that participated from this weekend. Great job, great job. So Catherine, as Commissioner Hughes said, $29 million. So are you gonna give us a presentation as to how we're gonna spend that money? Yes or no, doesn't matter, but you can give it to us at the next meeting. But we have $29 million. Please let us know we're gonna spend it. That's your suggestion, got it. And then also, as President Biden says, we have all this billions of dollars for infrastructure. So if we do the $29 million, if we get $29 million, what are we gonna spend it on? So I just have a question that you'd have to answer right now. Got it. And then President Biden is actually moving forward on that plan to go in front of the Congress and give us $29 million. But I just wonder how we're gonna spend it. But I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. And I just thank Catherine, your staff. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I don't have any questions for Manager Miller at this time, although I will mention that I am also available to go later next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Okay.
And Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I am also available to go later. I could go as late as 2:30 or 3 max.
Okay. Manager Miller, did you have anything else, or does that conclude your?
No, Mr. Chair, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manager Miller. So now we're going to go on to our next item, which is matters from the county commissioners. 9A is commissioner issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for updates on future presentations. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a busy couple of weeks. On May 5th, happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody. Senator Heinrich invited the executive board and of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area to meet with him in Taos at the Martinez Hacienda. It was a place I have always wanted to go. The Martinez Hacienda is kind of like a Las Golondrinas. It was a way station in a place where people stopped, but and got their wagons fixed and bought their food and did all the things that they needed to do. And it was a really nice event with him. Senator Heinrich has introduced the reauthorization legislation for the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area to be reauthorized for the next 15 years. And of course, Senator Lujan has supported it along with Congresswoman Teresa Leger Fernandez. So I'm hoping that that will move forward. As I mentioned before, I brought a resolution at NACO to support the national heritage areas, and they have all also signed on to that. So that is great. And since I was up in Taos and I couldn't quite get back for a meeting in Santa Fe with my constituents from Las Campanas, Taos County was so kind to let me use their executive chambers to have my meeting with the Las Campanas Master Association, who wanted also for me to thank everybody from the board for approving their cell tower. They were especially grateful to Sarah Smith for all her hard work on that, and I am also grateful to her. And so that was really polite and kind of them to let me use their executive chambers. And then this morning, I had the great honor of meeting with Secretary Holland, our former Congresswoman, with the Mountain Pack, on speaking about the America the Beautiful, the newest program that is in support of the 30 by 30 resolution that Commissioner Hughes and I brought forward. And it was a very interesting conversation, as I said earlier, with a number of other commissioners. And I will be sure and forward the America the Beautiful, or have Sarah forward it to everybody on the commission so you can read it. But the way that they are approaching the 30 by 30 is as a voluntary program throughout the country. And they are looking for ways to make sure that we engage as many people as possible, farmers and ranchers. And Secretary Holland spoke and how she felt this was really important, the 30 by 30 campaign. And I, of course, invited her to come back to our commission chambers anytime. And so it was exciting to be able to see her. It was the first time that I have actually had the chance to see her since she has been appointed to that position. So I was grateful for that. And I think that I will be happy to share more information about the 30 by 30 campaign with everybody, and America the Beautiful, which is the policies that 4 departments have written: Commerce, Interior, Agriculture, and the Climate Action Secretary. So thank you, Mr. Chair, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes, did you have any announcements?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple. I'll just reiterate that the Earth Day celebration for District 5 is this Saturday. If anybody is not tired of planting plants or didn't get a chance to go to the others, you're welcome to join us at the Max Cole Community Center on Saturday, and I'm sure it'll be a great time. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that a lot of my constituents keep talking to me about the dark skies ordinance and dark skies laws at the state, and I think there's quite a desire to do something about dimming the lights around Santa Fe County at night. They're sort of looking at the laws, but I think what we're finding is that a lot of buildings that have a lot of light pollution are older buildings that didn't fall under the current regulations, and they're also owned by either the county or the schools. So we might want to put something in our, or I'd like to see something in our strategic plan about addressing, how we could darken the skies a little bit. And I'm sure it would also save money, even though there'd be like a little bit of an investment to have lights dimmed after a certain hour. In the initial, I think we would save money in the long run, and it could fit in with our sustainability plans. Lastly, I just want to give a shout out for the Arroyo Hondo Trail meeting tomorrow evening at 5:30. The Arroyo Hondo Trail will be the one that runs from the 599 Rail Runner Station, eventually all the way up to the community college, which would be a really nice commuter route for students and others using those facilities. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any announcements?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just really quick, I just like to, let's see what I got here. Regarding the dark skies, I talked to Robin Martin, the owner of the Mexican, about a year and a half ago, and she's totally into the dark skies, and we work on that Santa Fe County wide. Our schools actually are doing very well in regards to our lighting. Lisa Randall, that works for the school, does an excellent job. But yes, Mr. Commissioner, we will work on that. And thank you, my colleagues, for what we all do. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. We did our Earth Day planting Saturday, May 1st. And I just wanted to again thank the Sustainability Department. It was a very successful event. We had lots of people show up, including Representative Tara Lujan and Commissioner Kathy Holian and all sorts of firefighters and non-firefighters. It was, so I think everybody had a wonderful time and did some really lovely plantings, and it was a well-conceived plan to both celebrate Earth Day and get some community involvement in that program. So thank you very much to Jacqueline and Adeline, who were there doing a fabulous job organizing everything. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may, really quick, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I'd like to thank Olivia and Daniel, our staff, and all the entire staff from Public Works Department that were out there helping digging trees, and they probably got a little freaked out because I got that silver and we started digging holes, but anyhow, but thank you, Daniel, Olivia, and all the staff that are out there from the Public Works Department. Appreciate you all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And I couldn't agree with my commissioners more. It's such a great project to beautify our community, beautify the community, and it was a great event. You know, we had a great event in District 1 as well, and so, you know, I couldn't agree with you more. So great job, and I appreciate the all of the subjects that the commissioners brought up tonight. It's something that you know, Commissioner Hansen talked about the you know, Cinco de Mayo, just wishing everybody a Cinco de Mayo. I know that we already passed that 6 days ago, but I hope everybody had a great time during that time. And you know, I'm glad to see that everybody is safe and sound, you know, and so I'm glad that you know, it was a time that we celebrated Cinco de Mayo, and now we're past that celebration. But you know, I think that the constituents and everybody has a a different thought about Cinco de Mayo, and I think that just getting back to the roots is positive. So thank you all for that. I'm going to go to item number 9B, and this is other elected officials comments. Not action items, but is there any other elected officials? I'm going to go to our Madam Clerk. Did you have any announcements that you would like to make today to your constituents? I know that we do have some stuff that you were bringing up, and so I just want to give that opportunity if you have any comments to your constituency.
Well, I did want to say that our election is still going on for the special election in Congressional District 1. We have voting currently, and there will be voting, early voting up until Saturday, the 29th, and then Election Day is June 1st. But also we are taking self-nominations for the Board of Registration, and that is the board that every 2 years looks at a list of recommended voters that have been very inactive, who've been given many opportunities to contact us or respond to postcards that are likely no longer in the county and are recommended for purge. And we make that a bipartisan or multi-partisan board, which the Board of County Commissioners appoints. And we are taking nominations up until May 21st. So if you are interested in being on that board and serving, and potentially being appointed by the BCC, then email our office. You can email us directly at clerk@santafecountynm.gov. And that's all I have for now.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We appreciate it. Daniel, do we have any other elected officials that are currently on the meeting?
Mr. Chair, really quick, if I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I would just like to thank the county clerk for actually doing an excellent job down the edge because we have a special election that's happening down there. And they've heard her staff has done an excellent job. So keep moving along. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the recognition. Madam Clerk, I'm sure that you have some comments. Thumbs up.
It's actually been a pleasure to run the election. It's small enough that I feel like I can, for my first election, I can initiate some of those ideas I had, like a QR code and a map and some of the new technology. So we're going to use some of those lessons learned for the bigger fall election. So it'll be fun.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Frescus, did we have anybody else?
Looks like Treasurer Manzanares is on, Mr. Chair.
Treasurer Manzanares, do you have any announcements that you would like to convey to your constituents?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, other elected officials. We are completing our second half tax rush and busy with processing property tax payments. So busy at work and looking forward to all of the payments we were able to collect.
Great. Thank you for that update. We really appreciate it, Treasurer Manzanares. Okay, so we're on to item number 9C, and this is a request approval. First of all, requesting approval of restated or amended joint powers agreement establishing the regional coalition of Llano communities by and among the incorporated counties of Los Alamos County, the city of Santa Fe, Santa Fe County, city of Espanola, Rio Arriba County, and the town of Taos, and the county and sovereign nation governments of the pueblos of Oquewingue, and the third, and the pueblo of Jemez. And secondly, whether or not to withdraw from the regional coalition of Llano communities joint powers agreement. So I'm going to go to our county attorney, Mr. Greg Schaefer. He's going to highlight some of the changes that we do have, which are more clerical changes, but I know that we do have some issues and concerns from my county elected officials on the commission side. And so I'd like to go to him first, and then I'll make some statements relative. Thank you. We'll go to
thank
Mr.
you.
Greg Schaefer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. By way of background, at its April 30, 2019 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners approve the restated and amended joint powers agreement establishing the Regional Coalition of Lanel Communities. The amended and restated JPA, however, was only recently presented to the county for signature. In addition, it has not yet been approved by the Secretary of Finance and Administration as required by law. So the amended and, the restated and amended JPA is not currently in effect. As it made its way through the passage or consideration by other governmental entities, there were certain non-substantive changes that were made to the restated and amended JPA. I looked at them before putting them on the agenda, and frankly, they're so minuscule as to not warrant discussion in the public meeting. They're really changing capitalization, punctuation, and things of that sort. The reason that this was put on the agenda was some direction that we had received at the last meeting, that, number one, there had been a not insignificant passage of time since the board had considered the restated and amended JPA. And secondly, some county commissioners had publicly expressed a view that perhaps the better course would be for the board to withdraw from the RCLC. In addition, it was our understanding at the time that this memo went to print that at least two other members of the RCLC would soon consider whether to withdraw from the RCLC. And I believe I heard one of the members of the public allude to the fact that Taos County took that step. I can't independently confirm that, but I would just note that by way of overview as to where things stand today. In terms of the differences between the amended and restated JPA and the original RCLC JPA, I was not directly involved in the negotiations of the amended and restated JPA. My understanding, having looked back over meeting minutes from 2019, is that the changes were really meant to increase fiscal oversight and accountability for the RCLC and allow some flexibility as to who the fiscal agent might be, and that the drafting efforts around the restated and amended JPA were not meant to and did not touch the mission of the RCLC as it was stated in the original JPA. So in sum, this matter was brought to the board today so that the board can make a decision about whether it wishes to continue its membership in the RCLC, in which case staff would recommend that the amended and restated JPA be approved by the board again, or if the board determines that it no longer wishes to be part of the RCLC, then staff recommends that the board instead adopt the letter included in the packet for this item that would be sent to all of the existing RCLC members, as well as a former member of Taos County, alerting them to the fact that the county has exercised its right under the JPA to withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, I'd be pleased to stand for any questions. And I don't know if the county manager would like to add anything relative to the amendments or changes to the fiscal and oversight provisions of the JPA as reflected in the amended and restated JPA approved by the BCC in April of 2019.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that, Attorney Schaefer. Manager Miller, did you have anything relative, any additional comments?
Mr. Chair, I really don't, other than, the original JPA had the Los Alamos County as the fiscal agent. But in 2018, Los Alamos County informed the RCLC that they would only deposit and disperse funds and sent us a letter, the county a letter to that effect as well. So the new or the restated JPA would allow for a selection of a different fiscal agent, but to my knowledge, none of the other members have really expressed an interest to do that. So that's one thing that if the board were to stay in the RCLC, I would just caution that there are, we don't really have this structure of a fiscal agent that I think was intended by the original JPA, and it would require some action by RCLC to select a different fiscal agent to get all of those duties complete. But that's all I have to add.
Thank you, Manager Miller.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
For Manager Miller or Mr. Schaefer?
Can we go to executive session and talk about this, or can we not, Mr. Attorney? Because there's some questions I have that I want to know deep down how it works, what's happening, so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the basis to discuss this particular item in executive session is not readily apparent to me. It's not on the agenda to be discussed in executive session this evening. But in terms of the statutory basis that would allow its discussion, it's not readily apparent to me what that would be, since there's no pending or threatened litigation related to it, and it doesn't otherwise fit the criteria for discussion in closed session. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Manager Miller, Attorney Schaefer. So I guess if I have questions, should I just bring them up now, or you could, yes or no?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I think that would be appropriate as this is scheduled for action this evening. So if you would like those questions answered before the board takes action, I think that would be prudent. But again, that's at your discretion, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, tell me if you don't want me to speak up. So back in the days when we created this agreement, not us, me, but with the late speaker, Ben Lojano was there, Richard Martinez, Senator Martinez, Carlos Cisneros, we created this agreement to work with the coalition and the board as to let's clean up the laboratory. And so they may or may not have done that. Sure, they had some challenges in the board last 3 or 4 years. I understand that. We all read in the paper. However, what does the agreement say? Do we have to be in this agreement? Not be in this agreement? Do we get tax dollars from the laboratory or not? I don't know. So I'm just thinking way ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm probably being dense. Could you repeat your question? I want to make sure that I'm answering it correctly.
So back in the days when we created this agreement with the state legislature, as well as with the ex-speaker and all the other people that are in charge of this stuff. So can we just get out of the agreement and just say goodbye, see ya, we're done? Or do we need to pay a fine or fee, whatever else? And do we actually get taxes from the laboratory for this agreement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia. So the joint powers agreement that is currently in effect does, by its terms, allow for any member to withdraw from the regional coalition. There is no penalty in terms of an out-of-pocket expenditure that that comes along with such withdrawal. I believe that the agreement provides that we wouldn't, be in a position if we did withdraw to share in any surplus property or funds on hand. but there aren't any. So I don't think that that's really a deterrent to the board making whatever decision it thinks is appropriate. So again, to sum up, there is no penalty that we have to pay to withdraw, and the JPA that is currently in effect expressly allows parties to withdraw from the regional coalition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So I'm just throwing it out there. So you have a couple of colleagues that are totally involved in the cleanup of the laboratory, as well as, with all due respect, Commissioner Henry Roybal, this is your district. And so this is a group that actually is in charge of overseeing cleanup of the laboratory. I understand, I get it. So once we actually get rid of that group, now what? I'm just playing it up, my colleagues, so I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Hansen, you have a comment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will try to answer something that the Commissioner Garcia said. The regional coalition is not in charge of overseeing cleanup. That is one of their missions that they had stated in their JPA to encourage, but the people who are in charge and responsible for cleanup and getting more cleanup done is our senators, Heinrich, Ben Ray Lujan, and Teresa Leger Fernandez. And they are the people who can actually get us more money to do more cleanup at the lab. And those are the people who we need to be talking to on a regular basis about more money to clean up the legacy waste. The UNM study has said that there was no benefit to any of the other counties that were a part of the regional coalition. This was a BEER Burr UNM study that mentioned that. In the 11 years that I have seen that the coalition has existed, I have not seen a real concentrated effort to diversify the mission or to encourage to get more cleanup. I believe that we as a commission, as the Santa Fe County Commission, as the Taos County Commission, have much more leverage, the city of Espanola, than the regional coalition has to advocate for cleanup. One of my other concerns is the consistency of safety violations at the lab, which is certainly not the purview of the regional coalition, but is something that does really concern me. I have not received one email that says for us to stay in the coalition. So I have only received tons and tons of emails over the last couple of years for us to remove ourselves from the coalition. And I would like to make a motion, but I want to be respectful to everybody else before I do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Are there any other commissioners that have comments relative to this item?
Mr. Chair, I totally respect, this is your district, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Hansen. I understand the.
This is not his district. This is Los Alamos. The regional coalition is all of us.
Please have
I understand that.
Speaking, please.
But all the water comes down to the Rio Grande. So I just want to make sure that, do we get funding for that from federal funding? And so I respect the two senators. I understand that. And I'm okay. I understand what's happening with what's happening with what happened in the past. And so I just want to make sure, so whenever they give us federal funding, who's going to run it? Catherine and her staff, or another group? I don't know. I'm just thinking it all up. I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Hansen. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I appreciate all my colleagues' comments and questions. And, you know, the question is, do I feel that a collaborative voice from elected officials in these communities is powerful? Yes, I do. I mean, it's very rare that we have elected officials that sit on the same board, that we have collaborative boards with the city of Santa Fe. We don't have any with Espanola, Taos, or any other areas. And do I think could be a very powerful voice? Yes, absolutely. You know, I asked for this item to be on our agenda to either ratify our approval of the restated JPA or withdraw from the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities. It recently came to my attention that the approval of the restated JPA over 2 years ago that we approved wasn't fully executed. And I heard from my other elected officials on this board that we had some concerns. And I felt it only right in light of the recent communication by my colleagues, out of total respect, and other entities that, you know, felt that the RCLC didn't quite meet the expectations that were set forth. And, you know, questioning of our membership. It would come back to the full board for ratification, and I asked for it to come back for full ratification of our previous approval or withdraw from this authority. I've been the chair for the RCLC for the last 3 years. And until I stepped down from that role a couple of months ago, I felt that it was important to try to turn the organization around from the incidents that brought criticism to this affected board. The purpose and intent of the coalition was to have a collaborative voice for our communities affected by the laboratory. And for much of the past 10 to 12 years, I believe this organization has accomplished that. And, you know, with a regional dialogue from all of our elected officials, I mean, we may all individually feel differently, but I still think that we've accomplished what we needed to do from the voices from these communities. The issues brought forward 3 years ago were serious, but I felt that I could overcome this situation in the coalition, and we could regroup and accomplish this mission. Much of it has been done over the last couple of years. I mean, we've had a new legal counsel, auditors, accountants that we've hired for this board to make sure that those situations don't happen again. You know, and what we've worked for is we've cleared the organization of any wrongdoing with the Inspector General, recovered misinterpreted funds, and we've paved our way to be eligible to reapply for federal grants, and hired independent counsel and fiscal agents, as I stated before, and accountants. In spite of the obligation of the JPA, you know, one of the biggest things is now Los Alamos, you know, this RCLC board sits on unsteady grounds because of the fact that we can't hire. I mean, we put out an RFP for the executive director position. Los Alamos County has also stated that they don't feel that they will remain as the fiscal agent in the future. And so, you know, it's just totally unsteady. I mean, for every step that this organization has taken forward, it's 5 steps backwards. The mission of the RCLC and the intent of the collaborative is admirable. It's admirable to everything that it stands for, looking out for our constituents, but it's, and it's needed. However, with the progress, it does not seem that this vehicle, the RCLC, is the best, is the best avenue to express this collaborative voice, is how I feel at this point. There's so many things that just aren't where they need to be. And there's so many issues where we're going to be in the future. So to take responsibility for fully managing the fiscal agent for the RCLC, we haven't even been able to agree on a contract for the service for the execution of the director without additional funding and operations of the organization. And, that just cannot continue to function in this manner. The mission of the RCLC and the intent of the collaborative organization is, like I said before, is admirable, but it needs a lot of work, and at this point, like I said, I made it an extra effort to try and pull the organization to a certain point and put things in place that would make sure that we didn't revisit things that happened in the past and make sure this organization is better. So I've spent, a lot of time trying to make sure that this organization is ready to function correctly. We've had, a lot of criticism in the past, like I stated earlier. And, I think that right now we're at a point where we don't know who our fiscal agent will be in the future, because Los Alamos County has already indicated that they don't want to stay as a fiscal agent. And we've already put an RFP out for the regional, as far as the director for the regional coalition, and it's just very difficult. And I understand that, there may be a path forward, but one of the biggest things that I wanted to make sure that I accomplished is that the negative impact that happened in the past could not happen again. And we've got independent legal counsel, an auditor, an accountant, to make sure that none of that happens again. Whether or not the regional coalition moves forward, we've put processes in place that will deter this situation from happening in the future. And, we have gone out and, if not collected anything that was incorrectly reimbursed, then we've asked for reimbursement. And sometimes, things like that, we don't get the full reimbursement. And sometimes legal counsel will say, this is what it's going to cost you to get that reimbursement, and this is what the reimbursement is, and you have to make those decisions. So I feel like we have gotten to a point where I don't know that this is the best vehicle to represent our constituents in the manner that we need to. I mean, there's a lot of situations that we have to look at. And, as the former chair of the regional coalition, I'm asking from my constituency. I have my own feelings of where I'm at and what needs to happen with the coalition and whether or not we can get there. But we have met milestones, but we've also been pushed back. Like I said, once we take one or two steps forward, we get pushed back 2 or 3 steps. Right now, we're in a good position to get DOE funding once again. I don't know where the coalition is going to go at this point, but what I'm looking for from my board is the direction that we need to go to decide, do we stay in the coalition or do we take a back seat at this point and look at in the future, if the coalition gets to a point that the county feels comfortable, do we move forward at that point, and do we possibly look at re-engaging at that point? But at this point, I would say that, looking at everything where the coalition is at, I just can't see this being the vehicle to represent our constituents in the manner that we need to. But do I feel that elected officials throughout this area and collaboration with them is imperative? Absolutely. Absolutely. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I can agree that the general concept of having a coalition of multiple, regional counties and municipalities and trying to work on what should be, some laudable projects is a good concept. I'm not convinced it's actually been fully realized. So the regional coalition is the stated intent is to help realize economic and environmental benefits to the surrounding communities. I want to, at least in my opinion, and I believe this is accurate, to emphasize for Commissioner Garcia, they don't implement cleanup. Their existence or non-existence is has no direct effect on the cleanup process that's being done under the consent order. I think that, frankly, part of the potential, one contributor to the problem with the coalition is that the goals of the coalition are are vague and overlap with some other complex processes. And while we've talked about the problems with the coalition since pretty early in my career as a commissioner, we have attempted in thinking about this problem to have people come and address the BCC to explain what their perception of the coalition goals and mandates are, and have gotten very vague input. So while I actually want to say that I appreciate Commissioner Royball's efforts while he's been chair to try to rectify things at the coalition, I feel obligated to point out that what Commissioner Hanson pointed out is true. The economic study indicated that it was only Los Alamos County that benefited economically from this. That what our constituent who made comment during matters of public concern indicated is also true. The consent order was revised to the great detriment of the cleanup process at Lanel in 2016, while the coalition existed. And, and so I have to question what they do. And I frankly feel like at this point, they are dysfunctional. There's not a director. There's not a willing fiscal agent. And I think it takes quite a while if you have to so fundamentally rebuild an organization that, as good as it sounds to have one voice where you can bring in all these communities, I don't actually observe that happening. And I think as a result, it is appropriate at this time to let it go. If it reforms or continues and revises its goals, yes, certainly we can reconsider options at any point in the future. But I don't see that we've actually had the contributions that we to funding levels for cleanup, to to any sense of having that cleanup be a strategic imperative, or for other aspects of economic development that Santa Fe County and the surrounding communities would actually benefit from. So I don't see the value of continuing this at this time. But once again, I just want to reiterate, the laudable efforts you made in trying to correct problems at the coalition. That was quite an effort that you made.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just really quick, I'll end it really quick.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just as policymakers, these are difficult choices we have to make, and we're going to make a choice, and it has to be done. And I just want to remember the GRT tax that comes from the laboratory is like a lot of money. The 7 senators with the late speaker actually passed a bill, him and a few senators, and so we get a lot of GRT. The state gets a lot of GRT. I want to just make sure we have communication, and I don't want this to actually hold it against us, against whether the coalition does this or not. Also, Mr. Chairman Roybal, thank you for what you did. As Commissioner Hamilton said, thank you for what you've done, because you've been there for the last 2 or 3 years, and there's been some challenges that you have dealt with, and we all dealt with the state of New Mexico. Thank you for hanging in there. I just want the laboratory is an economic development engine in northern New Mexico. That is, they do stuff up there that we don't even realize. They don't just build bombs. They do cell phones. They do this and that. And I just want to make sure that our communication with the laboratory is going to still be good. And so if we don't do this, I just want to make sure our communication is going to be good. And so if we actually, let's think about it. So if we actually do move forward and we have, who's going to watch the cleanup now? I don't know. So we got rid of this organization that is paid for by the federal government. Now who's going to oversee the cleanup? I don't know. These are just things I'm thinking about. Also, we have $6 billion in the last administration they're going to redo that laboratory. There's tons and tons of jobs up there. I just want to make sure our communication with the laboratory is actually good. And has somebody's talked with the city councils from that area? I don't know. So I just want to make sure we have good communication. That's where I'm at. And I understand the whole stuff that's happening, how it worked, what happened with Russell and so forth, but those are some of the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and I appreciate all the comments. We do have other entities that do actually look at cleanup and make sure that the laboratory is doing the right thing. And one thing that Commissioner Hamilton alluded to is the Bieber report, which was conducted by UNM, and the issues that came out in the Bieber report would have never been public except for the regional coalition. And that was something that happened where there was slides that were included that shouldn't have been included, and they were included with our request. And that's where a lot of these issues came up with the Bieber report. Otherwise, we may have not known about these. So, it was something that did come forward that weren't a part of the original report and wouldn't have come forward unless they were inadvertently given to the coalition to present. And so that's one thing that, I do give kudos to the regional coalition, because otherwise that portion of the Bieber report wouldn't have become public at that point. So, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to make a note of that, because that was something that was not included with the original Bieber report, except for that it was brought forward by the coalition at that point for one of our studies. So thank you for bringing your concerns forward, sir. And there are other entities that do actually pay attention and advocate for this cleanup. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, Commissioner Garcia. Are there any other commissioners that have comments? Commissioner Hughes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm echoing a lot of things that you said and Commissioner Hamilton said, and so I won't belabor the points. I think that, one of the things that concerns me the most is the the fiscal problems of the agency, because I've been down that road with other organizations in the housing world, where once agencies, get a reputation for fiscal mismanagement, and then the federal government starts asking for money back, it becomes really, really hard to rescue an agency at that point. I've seen two agencies that were really important to their communities go completely under when they got to that point. And I think that the Regional Coalition has been at that point for a while. And I just want to commend you, Mr. Chair, for all the effort you put in to try and make things right. I know how much work that can be. And it's especially discouraging if, all the work is put in and it still isn't quite enough to rescue it. But I think, the lack of a fiscal agent and the lack of a director are kind of indications that, there's not very much confidence in the organization at the moment in our community. We also heard that from, the various constituents who spoke today and who've been emailing us all day. So I would be really concerned about us continuing in this organization. But I do agree with you that, getting local officials together in some way to coordinate and collaborate around these issues is very important. You all put me on the Regional Transit District Board, which does include a lot of the same communities, and that board is really a wonderful example of cooperation. And if we could achieve that around some of these other issues in a different vehicle, I think that would be great. So I think, I don't need to add anything else to what's been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson?
You're muted.
Commissioner, do you want me to make a motion, or would you like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I think that Commissioner Hanson wants to make a comment, and then I'll go to you for a motion.
I asked already to make a motion, and just because it's taken me a while because I put myself on mute, and I'm having computer problems, it doesn't mean I should be punished.
I'm not punishing you, Commissioner Hanson. I didn't know you wanted to make a motion, but you're more than welcome.
I said that earlier, but I was saying, as I was starting to say, but I was trying to get unmuted. I also do want to recognize the efforts that you put into this, Commissioner Roybal, because I know how hard it is on all of these boards that we serve on, and how much they all have different issues. There are many other organizations that oversee cleanup. One of them is the CAB, the Citizens Advisory Board. I in no way believe that by leaving the Regional Coalition will we be punished by DOE or anybody else. I think that we can still have a strong relationship, and maybe possibly a stronger relationship, by joining with the city or with other entities that share similar views to us, and that support a new consent decree, and support, or at least supported the 2005 consent decree. And, I think that there are many ways for us to continue to advocate for cleanup, for economic diversity, and a good, healthy oversight. I also want to mention to Commissioner Garcia, the Defense Facilities Nuclear Safety Board is one of the best organizations that we have to watch over the labs as far as safety violations go. They are constantly on target, and whenever you see anything in the paper, it is because of the Defense Facilities Nuclear Safety Board that is incredibly important and is an advisory board to DOE. And with that, I would like to make a motion to withdraw from the Regional Coalition.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia as well. I know he did ask for to make a motion as well, and I didn't see you making a motion, but I'd like to, go ahead and have a second motion.
Mr. Chair, just really quick, if Catherine, Manager Miller could tell us, what do we pay to, on the, early for the, to be on that coalition?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's $10,000 a year.
And also, Mr. Chair, Catherine, or somebody can help me out, Mr. Chairman, how many staff members are there on that board?
Point of order, I think we need to have a second before we can entertain further discussion. I'd be happy to second
I'll second it.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Hansen's motion.
I think that Commissioner Garcia also asked to make a motion. So
Yes, but we can't entertain two motions, and I'm seconding at the same time. So I'm seconding Commissioner Hansen's motion, and then we can
Anyways,
have.
Commissioner Garcia,
I asked right in the beginning, Mr. Chair, I asked right in the beginning,
Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Hansen.
Mr. Chair, I said when I made my first comments that I would like to make a motion, but that I wanted to allow discussion to happen. And so I did say that right in the beginning of when I made my first motion, my first comment.
Yes, you did say I'd like to make a motion, but I want discussion, so yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I was a second on the motions. Yes, I want my name on the second
Okay,
on the
so
motion. Thank
under
you.
discussion now, we're under discussion, so go ahead and ask your questions, Commissioner Garcia.
So how many staff are actually work for the coalition?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, there aren't any staff that work for the coalition. They're contractors. The directors have always been hired as a contractor, and they provide an executive director function as well as administrative functions to the coalition. And then by the JPA that's currently in effect, Los Alamos County is the fiscal agent and provides staff support. Santa Fe County does not provide staff for the coalition.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll second the motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I do want to just reiterate that at this point, the regional coalition, they do have an accountant and also legal services that are by contract, but we don't have any employees directly related to the regional coalition at this time because we don't have an executive director. So I don't know. I hope that helps answer your question. I know that I think that might help answer your question, Commissioner Garcia. Is at this point we only have a contracted legal service, and we also have an accountant and an auditor. So we have those three contracts right now that are part of the coalition, but we don't have any employees because of the fact that we don't have an executive director at this point. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Garcia, does that answer your question? Okay, we may have lost Commissioner Garcia, but that probably helps with some of the other commissioners. In case you were wondering, that's basically the employment. And so I hope that clarifies that question. I just want to be respectful to all the commissioners and their questions. So we do have a motion and a second. And I'm going to go to a roll call vote. And if this passes, I will look at what, or have our county attorney, Mr. Schaefer, look at what it looks like for Santa Fe County to leave the the Board of Regional. And is there any other questions for commissioners, comments? I know this is an item that was, you know, a little bit more than what I expected as far as, you know, opposition. I don't think anybody was in opposition in this, at this point, but I'm going to go to a roll call vote. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Commissioner
Thank you.
Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So unanimously, we have decided to pull out of the regional coalition. And so we'll look at what needs to happen in the future for us to go ahead and make this official. I think that, like I said, the board of elected officials that, as I stated in my statements earlier, I think that it's not at that point. It's not at that point, and I feel that you know, the commission needs to take that in perspective and look at, you know, possible future boards or even the possibility of this board putting things together that would actually be in a better area. You know, I don't want to say dysfunctional, as one of the commissioners did state, but I do want to just say that, you know, as a collaborative voice for elected officials representing their communities, I think this could be a really great opportunity. But this, at this point, this vehicle is not the best opportunity to do that, if that makes sense. And do my commissioners agree that at this point, that's where we're at? Thumbs up.
Mr. Chair, I totally agree with you. You know, you work up there. You know what's going on up there, and you live up there, and you have all the individuals that work in Northern New Mexico that work in the laboratory, and so and you're on the board. So if you feel that we need to do this, and I have your back, and we have your support. So yes, so I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As you mentioned earlier, Commissioner Garcia, a lot of sleepless nights trying to figure things out. You know,
So,
and that's
Mr.
just the nature of the beast sometimes as elected officials, but I appreciate everybody's input. I appreciate
Mr. Chair,
everybody.
if I could, I just want to be clear that included within the packet this evening was a formal withdrawal letter from you as chair of the Board of County Commissioners to the elected heads of the other governmental entities, the city mayors and the Pueblo governors and the chairs of the boards of county commissioners. And so my understanding of the motion is that you've now been authorized to sign that letter and to send it to the Pueblo governors, mayors, and Board of County Commissioner chairs. The JPA does not prescribe a particular form of withdrawal. It just says that we can withdraw by providing notice. And so that's what that letter would do. And that's my understanding of where we're at. But before we leave that item, I just wanted to state that to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That is correct, Attorney Schaefer. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so we're going to move on from this item. And next we're on to matters from the county attorney. Mr. Schaefer, if there's not anything else, you know, I do want to express my gratitude for all the information that staff has presented, but I know that we will be coming out of executive session for public comment, and it looks like we have 4 items that we'll be hearing after executive session, if that's correct. And if you could give us a summary of what we'll be going into executive session for, I'd appreciate that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item on the agenda is from the county attorney is item 10A. It's a statement for inclusion in the meeting minutes concerning the April 27, 2021 executive session. And we'd be looking for a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the April 27, 2021 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure.
Okay. So if we could get a motion relative to the summary that our attorney just gave us.
So move, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So now we need a motion to go into executive session. If you could give us a summary of what we need to go into executive session to discuss, Attorney Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We'll be needing executive session to discuss limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(2) NMSA 1978. Threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7) NMSA 1978. Including one, disputes arising under Santa Fe County Agreement Number 2020-0189-PWKE. Two, the performance evaluation of the county manager. And three, City of Albuquerque et al. Versus New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department et al. Cause number D202CV 2018-08036. And four, In Re National Prescription Opiate Litigation, U.S. District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 1:17-MD-2804. And that would be the basis for executive session at this time. I would note for the record that going into the executive session to discuss these items would not preclude the board, should it choose to do so, from choosing to go into executive session to deliberate on one of the land use or one or more of the land use matters once the board has concluded the public hearing on those matters. So again, this isn't your only bite at the apple, so to speak, with regard to such deliberations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is really, I'd like to make a motion as the attorney mentioned to go into executive session.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes. Can I get a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Clerk, can we get you?
It's hard to say this time of night. Okay, so Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia,
Yes, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Chair Roybal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And just a reminder that there is a separate link for executive session, so you'll need to exit this meeting and join that separate meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Schaefer, who's going to be in executive session?
I think you may have left already, Commissioner Garcia.
I was wondering for
Attorney
talking
Schaefer,
the valuation and property loss. Who's in the executive session with us?
Go ahead. Commissioner Garcia, it'll depend upon what item is being discussed. So the pending or threatened litigation will be commissioners and county manager and the legal department. The evaluation will be handled by the HR director with the county manager.
Thank you, sir.
7 o'clock. It's a little bit before 7. We're still waiting on Commissioner Hanson and Hughes. I think they should be joining us shortly. They do show that they're on the meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead, sir.
There's some background music noise.
Would you like to make a motion to come out of executive session?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, were you addressing me?
Either any of the commissioners that would like to make a motion to come out of executive session.
I'd be happy to do that. Mr. Chair, I'd like to, are we ready?
Yes, I believe so.
I'd like to move that we come out of executive session, showing that the only things we discussed in executive session were those things that were listed by Attorney Schaefer in the motion to go into the session, and no decisions were made.
Second.
I'll second.
Mr. Chair, I believe you're muted.
Yes, I was actually. So thank you for that. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton to come out of executive session, and the second, I believe, from Commissioner Hughes and Garcia. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Garcia. A yes from Commissioner Roybal. Commissioner Hanson, there's been a motion to come out of executive session. Would you like to vote in the affirmative?
Yes, thank you. I thought you said 7 o'clock, but
I did, and it's 7 o'clock now. We started a little bit earlier.
okay, I'm good.
Okay, I apologize for that. Commissioner Garcia? So we do have 4 yeses to come out of executive session right now. I think Commissioner Garcia may be having some internet issues because I heard some echoing when he had chimed in earlier. So we did have a motion and a second to come out of executive session, and we voted on that. So we're out of executive session. So the next item that we have is item number 11, which is public hearings to be heard no earlier than 5.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
there is a matter of item 10C.
Yes. If you'd like to, I'll go to you to make a motion on that item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request approval of a settlement agreement between Santa Fe County and AAC Construction / LLC to approval of change order number 5 to agreement number 2020-0189-PW/KE between Santa Fe County and AAC Construction LLC, increasing the amount by $25,652.11, exclusive of New Mexico GRT, for a total contract sum of $382,175.38, exclusive of New Mexico GRT, and delegating signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order.
Okay. Thank you for that motion, Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have 4 yeses. This item is approved and passes. So next, we're going to go on to item number 11.
And Commissioner, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is Greg Schaefer, the County Attorney speaking. Since we did say that we'd come out of executive session at 7 p.m. and these are public hearings, I would respectfully suggest that we sit tight until 7 o'clock, just so to avoid any potential miscommunications or misunderstandings from members of the public who may have relied upon that statement that was up on the broadcast that the meeting would resume at 7. Not overly concerned about it for the item that we just took action on, but for the public hearings, I would respectfully suggest that that would be prudent if we delayed for a few minutes until 7 p.m.
Absolutely, and my apologies. I did go off of the time on my county computer, and I need to, as IT has already informed me that I need to log in and connect to the county system so that my time will be recalibrated. I do show 7:03 on my county computer, but now looking at my phone, it's 6:54. So I absolutely agree. We can wait till 7 o'clock. So we'll have a 6-minute interim until we begin our public hearings. Thank you, sir. Attorney Schaefer, so we've already made a motion and a second. I believe we had a vote to come out of executive session. Is that correct, or are we still awaiting a vote?
No, that is correct, Mr. Chair, and we've also taken care of that item of business under item 10C on the agenda. It's now past 7 p.m. by 2 minutes, so I think you're clear to go on to the public hearings, which are consist of items 11, B, C, and D on the agenda.
Okay. So we're on item number 11, and these are public hearings to be heard no earlier than 5 o'clock, which we're at 7:02 as our county attorney indicated. So 11A is case number 11-5371. And this is Copacabana Development Company, LLC, removal of a condition of approval previously.
Mr. Chair?
imposed by- Yes.
This one is tabled.
So 11A is tabled, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go on to item number 11B. And this is case number 21-5040. Mesa de Oro Subdivision, Las Campanas Land Holding LLC, applicant design iniquity plats. We have Oral In agent requesting preliminary plat approval for Chapter 5, Section 7.7, preliminary plats of major subdivision, and final plat approval per Chapter 5, Section 5.8, final plats major subdivisions of the SLDC for a 20-lot residential subdivision on a parcel of land consisting of 41.22 acres, which was formerly known as Las Estancias Unit 2. All lots within Mesa de Oro proposed to have a preliminary residence and an accessory dwelling unit per lot. The property is located within the Las Campanas Planned Development District, PD-16, at the southeast corner of Camino La Tierra and Trailhead Drive. And this is within Section 2, Township 17 North, Range 8 East. And this is in Commission District 2, which is Commissioner Hansen's district. And from the case manager is Nathan Manzanares. Mr. Manzanares?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just give a brief history description of the development. And in 1992, the Board of County Commissioners approved approval for the development known as Las Campanas, consisting of 1,419 residential lots to be developed in multiple phases. The approval also included 2 golf courses within a club complex, tennis courts, and an equestrian center, and related accessory facilities, all on 3,549 acres. On December 11, 2001, the BCC granted preliminary and final plat and development plan approval for Las Estancias and Las Campanas, which consisted of the 3 subdivisions that would later be known as Mesa de Oro, Black Mesas, and Las Terrazas Phase 3, totaling 125 lots on 161 acres. On January 29, 2021, Mesa del Oro was submitted for preliminary and final plat and sent to review agencies and county staff for review in accordance with Chapter 4, Table 4-1. On April 6, 2021, staff determined that the Mesa del Oro project was expired and needed to be resubmitted as a new proposal in accordance with Chapter 8-10-10-2, which states existing approvals identified as PDs, which states a planned development district shall be developed in accordance with and governed by the restricted densities used and conditioned and identified on the approved master plan, development plan, or final plat. The applicant is now seeking preliminary and final plat for Mesa del Oro at Las Campanas, which will consist of 20 residential lots with accessory dwelling units. The project is located within an existing PD and will access via Trailhead Drive, which is an existing paved road and a gated way serving the Las Campanas community. Mesa del Oro at Las Campanas will be constructed in one phase. The development will also be served by the Las Campanas Water and Sewer Cooperative. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this project and determined that the proposal is in compliance with the applicable SLDC standards set forth for preliminary and final plat approval. Staff has reviewed all applicable studies, reports, and assessments set forth in Chapter 6 of the SLDC. In addition to the applicable standards set forth in Chapter 7 pertaining to sustainable design standards, as well as the requirements set forth in Chapter 8, which talks about planned development areas being developed in accordance with their original master plan approvals. In conclusion, staff finds that the facts presented support the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat approval for Mesa del Oro, which will consist of 20 residential lots to be developed in one phase with a primary residence and an accessory dwelling unit allowance on each lot, subject to the conditions as stated in the staff report. Mr. Chair, may I enter the approval conditions 1 through 12 as stated in the staff report with proposed amendments to conditions 3, 8, and 12?
Yes, Mr. Montanales.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I propose to amend conditions 3, 8, and 12 to state the following. Amendment to condition 3 to state, applicant shall record a final plat with the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office. Amendment to condition 8, applicant must ensure all solid waste be removed from the property on a regular basis, but no less than monthly in accordance with Chapter 7, Section 20 of the SLDC. And lastly, an amendment to Chapter 12. We ask that to condition 12, we ask that condition 12 be removed. Staff has determined that the applicant has satisfied this condition. Therefore, condition 12 should no longer be on the record. Mr. Chair, I now stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montanales. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to the applicants. The applicant, Ms. Orlin.
Hi, I'm Maura Lynn Guerrero Ortiz with Design Ingenuity. Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
I can take this over, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Will you raise your right hand? I'm sorry, I didn't see who was speaking. Okay, thank you. Do you swear to? It's hard to find people in the checkbox of everybody's head. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Again, I'm Maura Lynn Guerrero Ortiz. I'm an engineer with Design Ingenuity. Our office address is 1421 Louisa Street, Suite E, and I am under oath. I understand that.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I share screen with you so that I could show you a small presentation?
Yes, I believe so. Is she able to share a screen, Daniel? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Ortiz.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, well, let me exit out of this and try again. I'm assuming we're doing this. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Thank you. Good. Okay, so tonight we're talking about the Mesa del Oro subdivision. And the project is located in the Las Campanas area on the north side of Las Campanas. It was part of the original master plan. It's got Camino La Tierra bordering it and Las Campanas Drive on the north side, and Trailhead Drive is on the west side of the project. The land is beautiful. It's got juniper and piñons through it. You can kind of see that the northern 2/3 of it from the aerial is light on the junipers and the piñon, and then on the southern third there is a great deal more vegetation. The white line that kind of goes around our property boundaries, that's an existing trail that is on covering three-fourths of our sides. The existing median that is in this lower portion here, that's an existing cut between the medians on Trailhead Drive, and that will be our entrance location. The land itself is beautiful, as much of Las Campanas is, and it has pretty amazing views. This project has evolved over time. When it was originally conceived, it was assumed, or it was planned for 29 lots. That was in 2001. In 2007, it went in front of the BCC and got approval for 23 lots. This plat was approved by the BCC, but never recorded, and in a sense, lost its entitlements. So we went from 23 lots and we re-looked at it and we designed it now with 20 lots. So there's 20 lots total. There's a split entrance at the existing median break coming into the project. And then off of that off of that planned road, there'll be 3 cul-de-sacs. On the 42-acre site, there are 20 lots. So the average lot size is 2 acres. The smallest lot is a little above 1 acre in size. You'll notice that we have permanent landscape maintenance easements along our our east, our north, and part of our western boundary. And I'll discuss that in a little more detail. The roads are going to be paved. It'll be on Las Campanas water and sewer systems. The cul-de-sacs are teardrop shaped, and they have been approved by the fire marshal. There will be a gate at the entrance. There's been a lot of concern in Las Campanas because of development by others, not anything associated with our developer, myself, or anybody associated with this project, of mass grading. This project will have no mass grading. The sites in general will not have any grading at all. There'll be infrastructure, roads installed. Those will be graded out. And along the boundaries, we intend to build a very wide natural berm, no more than 42 inches in height. It's going to be organic looking, and we do have Knight CV, who is the project planner, with us tonight if you'd like to learn more about those berms. But they will be very gentle, 6-to-1 side slopes, and their point will be to help mitigate sound from the roads and lights, and also to provide some additional screening with trees. Interior to the area, there will be no grading. So these lots, until the houses are developed, will be untouched, except for the infrastructure and the landscaping that we're intending to do. There will not be site grading on the project. I believe that's it for my presentation. I do agree to all conditions as presented by staff.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra Ortiz. Well, I think next I'm going to go to the public comment, unless we have, of course, we don't have an appellant, so I'm going to go to public comment. Has anybody signed up to speak in opposition or in favor? Tessa Jo, and then I'll take others. I see Mona Shoeplate raising her hand, but let's see. Tessa Jo, do you have some individuals that have already signed up?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The only person who signed up thus far is Mona Shoop.
Okay. I do want to ask if there's anybody that is currently present at this meeting that would like to speak in favor or opposition of this subdivision. Can you please state your name for the record so we can get you included? And if you're a call-in person, you'll need to hit *6. Is that right? Yes. Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and hear from the one constituent that did sign up, Miss Mona Shoop. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So do I just do the regular state my name? And
You'll need to be sworn in. So if we could have our clerk swear you in, and then you'll need to state your name and address for the record.
okay,
Hi, Mona. Can you raise your right hand?
yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Mona Schaup. I live at 7 Tecolote Circle, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506. And I'm representing Northwest Residents United RO.
And you are under oath, yes?
I am under oath.
Okay.
And I swear to tell the truth. Okay. My concern and others that I've been receiving emails from and our little group, we have been burned before, as noted, by the Los Terrazas subdivision, which is right next door to Mesa de Oro. And I did send the Board of County Commissioners a letter, and I sent some maps that show where Los Terrazas is compared to Mesa de Oro. And residents are very concerned about the protection of trees. And what I would like to say is I'm hoping that there is a flood easement next to Mesa de Oro where the trees are located, and we would like to see some type of construction fencing put up where those trees are protected, where a bulldozer will not inadvertently harm those trees when they come in to bulldoze the streets. And I am rather concerned about when they excavate the streets to get dirt for the berms, the noise barrier berms. That berm is going to be around 3/4 of the subdivision. It's going to be 55 feet wide, although it's only going to be 4 foot tall. That's going to be a lot of dirt and a lot of dust. And we are in a drought with high winds. That is a big concern. And we're already dealing with a lot of dust from Los Terrazas. I'm wondering if, since we are a gated community and we promote security, wouldn't a stucco fence be more environmentally sound? And people are expecting a fence, not just a gate to protect them, but they are expecting a fence and not a berm. So that's my main comments that that we would like to see dust control and tree protection, and how can we guarantee that those trees will be protected? They weren't protected in Los Terrazas. No, even though we were told they would be protected. We would like to see aerial photographs before the project starts, during, and excuse me, and after the site is developed, and then before it's revegetated. And that's all in my letter to the commissioners.
Okay.
That's my time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Shoup. And I want to give staff the opportunity, and also Ms. Guerra Ortiz the opportunity to possibly address those concerns that were presented.
Mr. Chair, staff has been working with Ms. Shoup, and we appreciate her comments and concerns. During the next phase of this project, after it receives a decision from the board, they will have to submit for an infrastructure permit, as Orlin has stated. At that point, staff will condition on the development order of the infrastructure permit that proper management standards are taken, SWIP plans are submitted, and that a dust control plan is submitted as well. As Orlin stated, you know, the problems with dust control are coming from a different developer. That's kind of outside of their realm. The county has intervened in that situation. Paul Kavanaugh, my supervisor, wanted me to let the board know that we have gone out there, we have issued violations, and we're working very closely with the neighboring developers on controlling the dust out there and limiting mass grading. And also the developer and applicant have agreed to not mass grade the site. So I think with that alone, it'll alleviate a lot of the concerns that the neighbors have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manzanares. Orlin, did you have anything to add?
Well, I think that I would like one of my design team members to join at this point. His name is Knight Seavey. He's available. I hope he could be sworn in and speak a little bit more about our intentions with regards to the berm and a little more of the history of things, possibly. That might be useful to the commission.
Okay,
I am
Mr.
here and
Seavey,
ready to
would
be
you like
sworn
to
in.
be, can you be sworn in, sir?
Yes.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Knight Seavey. My address is 6 Camino Medianoche, 87506 in Santa Fe. And what I have to say is truthful.
Thank you.
Okay, just an extremely brief history, unless there's some other question first.
No, I believe, go ahead and proceed, sir.
All right. The current developer, and I say current, Sienda Partners, was not the original developer of Las Campanas. That was Lyle Anderson, who did all of the master planning and also did all of the infrastructure, all the major infrastructure that comprises Las Campanas right now. Sienda Partners came in well after those phases were done and essentially picked up the charge of dispatching the balance of the sites, the undeveloped sites. Las Terrazas was sold to Pulte. Las Terrazas was a very different project in that it was always zoned for higher density from the original master planning, and there had been no change in that. The fact that they came in and mass graded, personally, I think that was a poor decision, even though I do understand why they did it. They simply wanted to balance their dirt. And when you're setting pad elevations and then building homes, that's what tract builders tend to do. It didn't roll out smoothly, and I think everybody who's even remotely associated with Las Campanas appreciates that now. Sienda, on the other hand, to focus on the more positive, most recently has developed two projects that are almost immediately adjacent and were shown up briefly on that intro that Orlin did. One being Black Mesa and the other Tesoro Enclave. Much like Mesa de Oro, in fact, almost a template. These were estate lots. They were not mass graded. All of the vegetation that could be preserved was preserved, and much is the same, in fact, very much the same on Mesa de Oro. When you saw the aerial, you would have noticed one section of the site that was fairly barren, except for some low scrubby plants. But then the southern third of the site is heavily wooded, almost 100% juniper. There are a few piñons in that area as well. We are not really having any earthwork of substance at that southern boundary, aside from the street and infrastructure that goes within the street, that being utilities. The only exception of that is two very small drainage ponds that are going to be created right at that boundary, which are being done with the full agreement of the HOA to stop erosion that is occurring there naturally now. And so we're going to remedy an existing situation with that little bit of offsite work. We will attempt to transplant healthy juniper trees where it is practical. That is not always successful. But there are some very fine trees out there that are going to be in the way of the roadway. And if we can move those out to the perimeter, all the better. So if I may just touch briefly on the berms and the perimeter treatment. The thing that makes this project so different from the others that we've done recently, Tesoro and Black Mesa, and really unlike any other that I can think of in Las Campanas, we are bounded by an extraordinary amount of asphalt. We have Camino La Tierra, we have Las Campanas Drive, and we have Trailhead bounding us on 3 sides. That is a lot of hard surface at that edge. And we see the buffering that we would like to employ at the perimeter really a two-way street. It softens the view looking in from those passing by, and it also cuts down to some degree on noise. I don't see it as a noise abatement plan to a great degree. It's really to cut traffic lights from penetrating into the subdivision and just to essentially soften the edge. We do not want to do a continuous berm. We do not want it to look like a dike. We want it to have a very natural, organic feel. And that's part of the reason why we want to maintain slopes that do not exceed 6 and 1. That is a very moderate slope. It also enhances our ability to have successful revegetation of the soil that is placed at that perimeter. And unlike some of the projects that you've seen recently where native seed is broadcast and maybe even at Las Terrazas, native seed was broadcast. There was a plasticizing mix sprayed on top of that to hopefully hold it to the ground. But then irrigation was simply done by water truck or by hand. Very unsuccessful. The outcome was predictable before they started. We are not doing that. We're going to be providing temporary irrigation at all of these perimeter areas that will be receiving the berms. And that is going to stay in place until germination has occurred, which, when done properly, will easily occur within 1 growing season. Now, the berms are not continuous. We think that even if we make them natural and organic looking, it's still going to look a little weird. So we are breaking them up with at intervals with short segments, maybe 75 to 100 feet of wall. That will probably be curved sections. They are not going to exceed, and I may not have this number exactly right, but I believe we set the top set height at 5'10". And that would allow us to continue the buffer, break up the monotony of just having the berms, and then that whole perimeter will be broken up once again with landscaping, and all of this will be coniferous and native landscape material, some of which we hope is successfully transplanted in the course of establishing roadways. So that's a quick rundown on what we're doing. One last point to make is the developer, Sienda, really sees this as an opportunity for a project that is focusing on not only green, saving water and what have you with the right plants. We would like to encourage passive house construction that is going to be extremely friendly environmentally, low energy. The builders that will be brought in early in the game are going to have resumes that point to that. We would like to see all of the building methodologies used throughout the construction to be as environmentally friendly as possible. Dust control, SWPPP protocols, all of that will be maintained. The same developer who developed Tesoro Enclave and Black Mesa, when I say developer, now I'm talking about the infrastructure development. It'll be the same entity working on this project as well. So we're keenly aware of neighborhood concerns. We couldn't be any further away from the Las Terrazas model in terms of how this is going to unroll. And with that, I just stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Do we have any questions from the commission? Commissioner Hanson, you have a question? Go ahead.
Are we done with public hearing? Is there anybody, I'm just asking.
Yes, we're done with public hearing. We only had one individual that wanted
Okay.
to talk to that, and then I asked for questions that she had asked to be addressed. So now we're on to commissioners' questions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, I keep getting kicked off. I'm sorry, Commissioner Roybal.
No worries,
So,
you're good.
So I understand that this subdivision will be part of the master HOA with Las Campanas. Is that correct, Orlin?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And so then, therefore, they will follow all the rules of the Las Campanas master HOA?
Exactly.
Okay. So I wonder why you have 0.5 acre feet of water when I believe some of the other places have 0.25. I'm just wondering.
Well, Commissioner, when you think of Las Campanas, it's actually all over the place. There are some lots in Las Campanas that have 0.75, some that have 0.5, 0.4, and 0.25. Recently, I brought you the Valverde project. Those were all 0.25, and those were smaller lots that didn't have room for having a guest home. This project has always been assumed to have guest homes, and that's why it had a 0.5 set aside for it. There's an overall water budget for the entire master plan of Las Campanas, and they've stayed within that water budget. And it's tied to a bulk water agreement with the county. And so we have to document every project and how much water that one is going to use. And so far, we're totally within our total budget.
Okay. So then, it was extremely unfortunate what happened at La Teresa with the mass grading. And even though Mr. Knight does understand why it happened, it was very hard for the residents to understand. And I know that George and Mona were really shocked by what happened, and it created so much dust and disturbance throughout the whole Las Campanas area. And so anything that we can do to mitigate that is really important. The protection of the trees. If there's some fine pinon trees, I hope they will be moved also. I know they're a little harder to move than juniper, but that would be great if the pinyons would also be saved as much as possible. Our Pinon Jay population is definitely dwindling. And so the more habitat we can provide for them, the better. Las Campanas has I don't know what the right word is exactly, but I have brought forward a pollinator resolution. And so I want to make sure that when you're planting these landscaping, that you include pollinator plants such as Apache plume and other things. As you know, we just upgraded or lowered our energy efficiency code. So I'm hoping that there will be as much solar as possible in this subdivision. And I think those were the basic notes that I had.
And if I might say anything, Commissioner, the concept of saving trees is definitely our goal. If a tree is healthy and is in a roadway or somewhere where we're going to have to remove it, we will try to save it. And we will go ahead and look at your pollinator resolution and try to incorporate some of the plants that you recommend there, Apache plume and others. Sounds like a wonderful idea.
Our pollinator friends would be happy, and so will I.
And if I may add to that, we are just in the process of settling on our landscape architect, likely to be Decker Parrish Sabatini out of Albuquerque. And we mentioned that early on, that this would be important. I can't say that I've read your pollinator resolution, but I had heard of it. And I love the idea. That will be part of our palette, to be certain.
And I will ask Sarah Smith to send you, Orlin, a copy of the resolution. We have had other neighborhoods, Rancho Viejo has adopted this, and other subdivisions throughout the county, also Las Campanas. I'll see if there's any other questions before I make a motion from the rest of my commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to other questions and comments, and just once again, I want to remind the commission that this is actually Commissioner Hansen's district, so I'd like the motion to come from Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any additional questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Commissioner?
No additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton.
Just
Commissioner
really quick.
Garcia, I heard you chime in, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hansen's district. I understand it. There's some back to talk. And but you know, I would Orlin, she actually she actually taught me a lot of things when she worked in land department. And she actually has the most ultimate respect for the properties and for engineering. So I respect Orlin totally. And so just wanted to let you know that, Orlin.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So that's all I have to say. She does an excellent job as an engineer. Just wanted to let you know that. But Mrs. Hansen, this is your district. What you got to do?
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes, did you have any comments, sir, or questions?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And I don't have any additional questions. I do just want to make some comments and just say that I really appreciate the thought and effort that Mr. Knight and Ms. Orlin Ortiz is putting into the request of Commissioner Hansen. I think that, it's something that is very important for us to look at and make sure that we're following. So I do appreciate the openness from the developer to incorporate that as well. So we don't have any other questions from the board, unless there's any other comments or questions from anybody else from the board. I'm going to go ahead and go back to Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to approve our preliminary and final plat approval for Mesa del Oro at Las Campanas, residential subdivision consisting of 20 residential lots to be developed in one phase with accessory dwelling units allowed on each, and all the staff conditions that need to be fulfilled. And is Nathan, am I missing anything?
Chair, Commissioner Hansen, just in accordance with staff's amendments to conditions 3, 8, and 12.
And staff's conditions to 3, 8, and 12.
Okay. So
Okay.
Second, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this case has been approved unanimously by the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you once again, Mr. Knight and Ms. Ghetto Ortiz. We appreciate you being here tonight, and thank you for working with the commission. Have a good
Thank you
evening.
very much.
Thank you very much.
So next, we're going to move on to item number 11C, and this is case number 215080, and this is Coyote Mountain Community Appeal. Coyote Mountain Community Appellants are Jim Terhune, representative, and appealing the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's decision to approve a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17-10 or .10.4.1, and this is a 25% slope disturbance of roads and driveways. A variance in Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.7, and this is a significant tree removal. A variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.3, and it's a 30% slope disturbance of residents, and a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.7-10-1 .1 building area analysis. The property is within a residential fringe zoning district and located at 66 Coyote Mountain Road within Section 17, Township 16 North, Range 10 East, and this is in Commission District 4. And the case manager is Mr. John Lobato. If we could go ahead and have that presentation, Mr. Lobato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Lobato with the Building and Development Services and Growth Management. On March 17th, 2021.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Greg Schaefer.
Mr. Lovato, if we could have you be sworn in, sir, since you did make a site visit, we'd like for you to be sworn in. Madam Clerk, can you swear in Mr. Lovato?
Yes, Mr. Chair, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, please, before you testify, state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is John Lovato. My address is 6 Via Prima, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507, and I am agreement with being under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. On March 17, 2021, Coyote Mountain Community, Jim Terhune, filed an application for an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to grant a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.7, significant tree removal, a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.3, 30% slope disturbance for residents, a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.4.1, 25% slope disturbance for roads and driveways, and a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.1.1, building area analysis, in order to allow the property owner of 66 Coyote Mountain Road, Gerald Olson, to construct a residence. The appeal was submitted within 30 working days allowed by Chapter 4, Section 4.5.4 of the SLDC. The agent for Mr. Olson, Jim Siebert and Associates, was made aware that an application was filed to appeal the decision on the proposed variances. The application for appeal was signed by Jim Terhune on behalf of the Coyote Mountain community. There's nothing in record, however, to suggest the Coyote Mountain community is a person within the meaning of the SLDC, namely an entity recognized by law. Accordingly, absent clarification as to organizational status of Coyote Mountain community, it would appear as if Mr. Terhune, as the owner of an adjacent lot and therefore interested party, is properly considered the appellant. This case first came before the Santa Fe County Planning Commission on August 20th, 2020. At the meeting, the commission postponed a final decision on the application so that the applicant could have a survey performed and a survey plat prepared of the northern portion of the property where the applicant proposed an access off of Coyote Mountain Road. The case came before the Planning Commission again at its November 19th, 2020 meeting. At that meeting, the commission received testimony from county staff, the applicant, and members of the public. The commission also considered the exhibits constituting the record for the public for this case, including a document titled Easement Exhibit prepared for Gerald Olson, as had been requested at the August 20th, 2020 hearing. At the November 19th, 2020 meeting, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission approved a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17, 9.2.7, significant tree removal, a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.3, 30% slope disturbance for residents, a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.4.1, 25% slope disturbance for roads and driveways, and a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.1.1, building area analysis. The appellant state there are numerous application details presented by the applicant developer that are inaccurate, misleading, and incomplete. There are many unanswered concerns and contradiction that the application exhibits to approve this application. The appeal document presents the problematic details of the applicant's exhibits and inconsistencies missed by the Planning Commission reviewers. The appellants listed in detail the inconsistencies, and staff has responded to these statements as contained in the memo. To allow the Board of County Commissioners to conduct a review of facts, staff includes the variance request as it was presented to the Planning Commission. The agent for the property owner, applicant, responded to the variance review criteria as set forth in Chapter 4.9.7.4 of the SLDC, and staff has responded to the applicant's statements as contained in this memo. Recommendation. The application made by Mr. Olson for the requested variance is not in strict compliance with the SLDC, but meets the necessary criteria for granting of the variances. Due to the topography of the lot, the property owner is unable to build a home on the lot without variances. The site offers limited buildable areas due to its topography, the code requirements, and litigation regarding an access easement. If the property owner were allowed to build on the ridgetop, the necessary access would scar the entire face of the mountain, and the proposed residence on the ridgetop would be visible from many locations along I-25 and Old Pecos Trail. The applicant has satisfied the variance criteria where, due to extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions of the property, the strict application of the code would result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or exceptional and undue hardship on the owner. Therefore, staff recommends that the BCC deny the appeal and grant and approve the four requested variances. A variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.7, significant tree removal. A variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.9.2.3, 30% slope disturbance for residents. A variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.4.1, 25% slope disturbance for roads and driveways, and a variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.1.1, building area analysis. Staff recommends the following conditions be imposed as part of the BCC approval. Mr. Chair, may I enter those conditions into the record?
Yes, you may, Mr. Lobata.
Thank you, and I stand for any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lobata. I'm going to go ahead and, before we go to board, of course, I want to go to the applicant. I want you to give your presentation, and if you have any witnesses in support of the application, you can call on those right away. But as far as witnesses, we'll have to have them sworn in as well, and you'll be sworn in as the applicant. And I'm going to limit the time for the witnesses of support to 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, if I'm sorry, it's Greg Schaefer. If I could interrupt, I think the time limit generally are for non-party members of the public who are simply present, offering their testimony in support or opposition to the project. For those entities that are parties, the applicant and the appellant, the time limit, there would not be a hard and fast time limit on their testimony or the testimony of their witnesses, and that's due to their status as a party to the appeal. So again, I believe what was contemplated would be a time limit just when you get to the public hearing portion for anybody who wishes to speak, who had not been recognized as a party or called as a witness by a party. I'd stand for any questions, but I believe that's what was intended.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so then there will not be a time limit for witnesses in support or opposition when we do call on the appellants and the application. So there will not be a time limit just for the actual public hearing. So if you'd like to proceed, I'll go ahead and start with the applicant and their presentation. Do we have the applicant present? You may have to unmute yourself.
Mr. Chair, I think maybe the appellant, because there's an applicant and an appellant.
Okay, actually, yeah, I'm calling for the, actually, right now, I am calling for the applicant.
We're the appellants. I don't think you're asking upon us, Chairman.
I think you're unmuted now. Is this Mr. Jim Terhune?
Yeah, we're the appellant, I believe.
Okay, I'm looking for the applicant.
Yeah, we understand, not us.
Mr. Chair, this is Wayne Dalton with James W. Siebert and Associates. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you be
Mr.
sworn
Chair,
in, sir?
do I need to be sworn in?
Yes, sir. We will take your word for it if you're raising your right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you understand that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered.
My name is Wayne Dalton. Address is 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501. And yes, I understand I am under oath.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I just want to start by saying that we feel that staff has addressed all the appellant's issues in regards to the application. The engineer will provide more detailed plans, which staff is requiring at time of development permit. And we are in agreement with all staff conditions. I also want to state that this is a legal lot of record, and the applicant, our client, is allowed a residence and a driveway on that property. And Mr. Chair, I also want to state for the record that once the permit is submitted to the county, it is public record and can be reviewed by the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. I did want to ask, did you have any witnesses that you would like to call on, sir?
Mr. Chair, we do have the surveyor available. May be available. He was here earlier. I'm not sure if he's still here.
And
Diego
what's the
Cisneros
surveyor's
from
name?
Dawson Surveys.
What's the
Diego
surveyor's name?
Cisneros from Dawson Surveys.
Okay, I see Diego Cisneros on. Diego, if you would like to speak, if you could unmute yourself and just state your name and for the record and be sworn in, please.
Okay.
Mr. Cisneros, we'll take your word for it that you're raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you understand you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Diego J. Cisneros. My address is 7505 Mallard Way, Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I understand that I am under oath.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't know if there was a particular question for me. My duties were to prove where the portions of easement were in relation to the actual road that was built. And I had provided exhibits for Mr. Olson and for Mr. Siebert's office for the application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the appellants in regards to the statements that were just made? Okay, if not, I'm going to go on to.
Chairman, we've got some questions of John, but I think we're covered in what I present, so.
Okay, thank you, Jim. So we're going to go on now to the appellant, the presentation, and also any witnesses that you would like to call as well. So Jim, go ahead, sir.
Should I swear in Mr. Terhune?
Yes, Mr. Terhune, if you could be sworn in, I'm sorry.
Mr. Terhune, I'll take your word for it that you're raising your right hand unless you can turn on your camera.
I've got my right hand raised.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you understand you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
I understand I'm under oath and my testimony to be valid. I'm Jim Terhune, live at 99 Coyote Mountain Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
75505. May I start?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Roybal. We're not attuned to this. I may call you Your Honor once in a while, so excuse me. Before I get started with the county land development issue, can you all hear me? Fine.
Yes, sir. We can.
Thumbs up. Thank you. I just want to say I was truly moved by the Santa Fe High School mentor program presentation this morning, earlier today, and the students' words in their video. I was truly moved, but more to the point, their commitment to being solid citizens and future leaders and astronauts to the moon and the Mars. I was moved. I am actually currently in a leadership position for NASA's Artemis mission program that put the first woman and the next American man on the moon in 2024, then to Mars. So as we say, ad astra. To the subject at hand, I want to say up front that we represent this is a difficult job that John Lovato and Vicki Lovero have been doing, balancing complicated variance applications with numerous SLDC regulations and weathering long drawn out, CPC, County Planning Commission, CPC hearings with conflicting details from the owner applicant. Thank you, John and Vicki. We do appreciate it. We have learned more about the process than we would have ever thought possible and really actually wished to, but every step of this way we've learned from hearing officer Virtue to the CPCs to y'all. You guys all changed the page numbers and all the references. So I've striven to, everything that I'm going to bring up is my justification of our claims. I'm doing my best to reference the 325-page BCC hearing that John has sent out in the two files. I think it was a 20-pager, and then it was a 310-pager. So I will be calling things out sometimes as BCC dash, and that's the number of the page in your material, John, if it follows. But to the BCC, this is about our total agreement that the corporate owner absolutely has the right to build on this land, but when it has to be within code regulations. However, our appeal is based on three things: is the applicant had blatant disrespect for the BCC's SLDC, the SGMP, and the county fire code. Second, the CPC conducted an extremely flawed review hearing process. We can go into all the details. I'll answer all the questions you wish, but I'm going to summarize a lot so that we can get through this. But any claim I'm making, I can back it up for 10, 20 minutes if I have to. Third is the CPC's.
Mr. Terhune, sorry to interrupt, but can you speak a little bit louder? It's a little bit hard to hear you, but you're coming in clear. It's just a little hard to hear you. If you could speak up just a little louder.
Right, I can. How's this?
That sounds a lot better, sir.
All right, I'll lean into that computer. So the first is the applicant's blatant disrespect for your SLDC. Second, CPC conducted some flawed review hearings. And then third, the CPC really had an ineffective and an incomplete review of the exhibits with respect to the code. So, good evening. Good evening, commissioners. I was chosen to speak for our county mountain community, present our appeal, and answer your questions and summarize our ongoing concerns of this multivariance application and proposed construction of a building on a very dangerous curve at an extremely steep slope on this fragile hillside here in Santa Fe County, District 4. This is a consolidation of our concerns in the community and details from reviewing the variance applications, the recent submittals by the county and what John was reading a bit of. We've got some questions that we brought forward in this, and then the testimony of the applicant. There are more than 20 major issues to present, proving the intent of the spirit of the SLDC is being dishonored, and many other code regulations are not being met and are being violated. These are serious, dangerous precedents to be setting. The bottom line up front, as Marines would say, a bluff. Bottom line up front, commissioners, our county mountain community members, thank you for your service. Okay, we really appreciate your facts. You were working diligently to improve the Santa Fe County. On our part, we have worked hard to support the county staff in reviewing the multivariance application exhibits. And as you will read and will hear, we the public expected respect during the CPC hearings, and we did not receive that. Our appeal is based on the following. So let it be known clearly in the beginning, we would not be against the 4 variances in this application, and there's 3 if statements. If our concerns were respectfully and satisfactorily adjudicated. 2, if the code exceedances were quantified correctly. And 3, if the applicant's exhibits were consistent and aligned to only the 4 variance solutions. So you're going to hear there's far more than 4 variances, and I'll back that claim up. The corporate owners received this 21-acre parcel back in 2003 in a quitclaim deed on page BCC 256. If I keep referencing the pages and that's not doing anybody any good, just let me know. In a New Mexico Supreme Court case, if the 4 variances were accurate and approved, and there were only the 4, and there is a small footprint that is accessible for construction of a building at the hairpin curve, but nothing of the size that's being proposed. What they're proposing is a 5,600 square foot building outline. This area that has been logged in and chalked is far under that. So that's going to be the crux of some of the issues. And we're using their conceptual grading plan with all their details. So, and I'm going to come up in a minute and show some charts that do summarize all this. Glass of water. So the 21-acre parcel was received as is, and the corporate owners should have realized back in 2001 when they gained the property through the quitclaim deed that the steep sloped plat had limited small patches of shallower slopes for construction of a site. There's a very notable quote that came from the New Mexico Supreme Court. It's on BCC page 256. And let me quote, while Desert Sunrise and Amethyst may have been mistaken as to the type of property interest they were receiving, McDuffie, the previous owner, was not mistaken as to the type of interest he was conveying. What you're going to hear and read and have seen a lot from the applicant is that they have a right to build on their land and that they have a, quote, legal lot of record. They say that over and over and over again. That is absolutely true. That is not the issue. The right to build has never been the issue. The issue is the inconsistent details and the apparent violation of far too many violations of your SLDC, SGMP, and the county fire code. In helping the county to review the variance application, what we expected and wanted to hear, read, and study is honest, consistent, and accurate details of the code, the ravines that exist, the trees, the flora, the fauna, and the impacts subsaid, and then the pad plans themselves. Again, we concur that the corporate landowner has a right to build, but within well-intended SLDC code regulations, like all of our homes. There's 14 on the community. All of our homes had to follow them, not just some of them. What you have read or will read is that the county worked with the applicant and worked out a solution with exhibits that state this plan will be approved, end quote. In our testimony, we provided two troubling quotes without community involvement in the developer's afference letter to the county, and it's their exhibit 1 on page PCC 75. May I just stop for a minute? Is there any value for me telling you all what the page numbers of this is all, Your Honor? I'll continue using the page numbers if that helps anybody.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat that? If you could talk a little bit louder.
Wait. That's the first time in my life anybody says they can't hear me, but how is that, sir?
Sounds good. We could still hear you, but it was just getting a little bit difficult there towards the end.
I appreciate that. Is it of any value for me to call out the BCC pages of the John's recent package that I'll be happy
Sure.
to.
If you'd like to, that'd be fine.
So the quotes that are actually very troublesome is these are from the Siebert, the agent, writing back and forth with the county, and the quote is, "After several meetings and discussions with staff, it was determined by the administrator, quote, staff, that the proposed location was an alternate area suitable for the construction of a residence," end quote. Second quote, "It was also discussed that the alternate location chosen by staff would receive a positive recommendation for the variances needed to move forward with the public hearing process." That's pretty troublesome to us to go into the whole hearing process and find that that's pretty much was already a foregone conclusion. SLDC 2.2, paragraph 2.2, entitles community participation, is the section entitled. And it states, in accordance with the SGMP, the community regulations of the SLDC are designed to maximize public input in important decisions that affect the county, a community, or a neighborhood, end quote. I reviewed with many past CPC and BCC hearings, for instance, the Pilot Travel Center, the El Dorado related hearings, and in those hearings, you hear the public and the community involvement and outcries to be heard and decisions to be made to benefit all concerned. You have heard none of that in this case, and the applicant and the CPC itself failed to embrace this SLDC doctrine to have us involved in a community outreach and with early pre-application neighborhood meetings, for instance, starts one of the concerns. So this case is complicated, and there are many issues with the application as currently documented. We have worked diligently to help the county review this multivariance application with respect to your all's SLDC and SGMP and county fire code. And we unanimously strongly recommend you do the following. A, approve our appeal and overturn the CPC's decision. B, deny the variance application as is currently detailed. C, invite the corporate owner to resubmit their application with accurate details regarding all codes, not just some, but all codes and code regulations, accurate details of the hillside topography and the proposed construction, and then honestly address the impacts to the steep slope, the 3 existing stormwater runoff ravines, and then the requisite erosion control, etc. That we would not have any problem with. Strive to keep this brief as possible, but I do understand it's a de novo hearing, which I don't think you all want to have this actually all the way back to the beginning. But what we've submitted a lot of the material into our appeal file and for you all to digest, but for some reason, some of it wasn't passed on to you. But I'm going to present all the things that we would want you to hear, and I think we'll be satisfied in getting the de novo aspects of this review accomplished. So the grounds of our protest, assuming we have that all correct above and We appeal the CPC decision on the following grounds based on the applicant agent did not do their job to honestly and accurately comply with the codes. Their exhibit details are incorrect and are inconsistent. For example, total disturbance area is woefully understated. Related slope percentage values, destroyed tree count, and the existence of stormwater runoff ravines. 2, another ground is applicants' exhibits have at least 20 more SLDC regulations and 1 county imposed condition of the height of the building is being violated. And it doesn't get addressed in the application, but it says that they'll follow it, but they're showing materials to the reverse of that. And then 3, the dysfunctional conduct of the 2 CPC hearings was very upsetting to us all. They grossly violated the county code of conduct, and they did not follow the rules of order. 1 female CPC member flung rude comments at us like hallelujah when our converts were done. And there was a very foul personal request. My wife has asked me to change one of the F words, but it was very loudly stated, give me a effing break. That has upset our neighborhood immensely. The public could hear it, it's on the internet, and actually it's also unethical that the county has redacted it. So where it said that give me a effing break, and I'm doing that because there are ladies here present, but the county has changed that to say brackets. There is a disturbance on the line in bracket. That's unethical. And strongly, it's actually redacted on the internet. It's pretty hard to be redacted on the internet, but Santa Fe County CPC member got redacted on the internet and it got changed to give me a bird. This is unbelievable. Number 4, CPC did not do their job to conduct a thorough review of the exhibits and the questions, the numerous inaccuracies of the applicant's exhibits. They gave very few questions. They failed to get answers to their own couple of questions, and they requested a couple actions. They didn't get the actions resolved, but they voted soon after that because, in our opinion, there's an apparent pre-application deal that was cut between the county and the applicant, apparently because they had the right to build on the property. So the hearings were ineffective. But we do agree with the last point. Everybody has a right to build on property, but within the regulations of the SLDC, SGMP, and the county fire code. The applicant's plans are far from that case. Most egregious, I will show you that failed to disclose the existence in their plans to build over a deep stormwater runoff wash. And I will show violations of the county fire code that will create life-threatening public safety access hazards due to the very narrow hairpin curve on the property. That'll occur during construction and after construction. All concerns that we've expressed since first hearing. The proposed building pads are too big for this location as planned. Acceptable would be a smaller building with 4 accurately detailed code variances that fit the buildable area of the property the corporate owner received. There are far more than 4 code violations that are clearly visible in their exhibits, which they fail to bring up and the CPC failed to question. As well, the variances, the quantification of these disturbance areas, the number of trees, the slope percentage have either significantly in error or missing. Since day one, our concerns of this appeal are about 3 things: honesty, accuracy, and abiding by all county code regulations, not just some of them. The integrity of your SLDC, and I believe VCC's in charge of the SLDC, the integrity of your SLDC is at stake. The applicant's apparent insolence with misleading details and the flawed application process will result in a permanent environmental damage to the steep hillside. This de novo formal review of the multivariance application is appreciated and much needed, especially with due respect to the value of your all's codes. We were shocked that the CPC did not follow county code of conduct and the rules of order, and especially the rude comment and the foul language flung at us. And they did not question the many inconsistencies in the application, some so obvious our children can see them. So let me introduce a little bit some exhibits that I'll show, but in an effort to get rid of this ugly image of this disrespectful CPCs, I will walk through a few slides that clearly show the major issues of our appeal. Everything discussed in the rest of my presentation has been available to the county staff and CPC since the first SLDCing with Mr. Virtue. Maybe it's hearing officer Virtue. I will walk through what really happened and the deceptive actions by the applicant regarding the total disturbance area and buildable area limit, claimed to be 8,267 square feet on their Exhibit 2, which is on page BCC 55. And again, we did give over a lot of these exhibits, but they didn't somehow make it into your all's BCC hearing package, but I'm going to present them here. And in a typical briefing or hearing, we would be handing out copies of these exhibits and we'd make it very easy for y'all to follow along 3x4 exhibits and easels. But seeing what that process is trying to rush forward rather than wait a few more months for the effective meeting environment, we will forge ahead. But we have had a suggestion on the table, a very strong suggestion, is delay this another month or two. Let us all get into back to a normal kind of a meeting where we can actually make it a little bit easier to make the presentation of what I'm going to go through. So I choose not to make it as too boring, but it's going to take a little bit to get through some of these exhibits. So our first exhibit, I think you do have it. It's Exhibit S. It is our professional survey that we recently contracted for surveying shots of the proposed building site, the ravines, and the roadway. And we did deliver that with our appeal file. So I believe you have that. Obviously, it's a large piece of paper. You've got it by 8.5 by 11, but that's our Exhibit S. May I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I believe he has that capability. Is that correct, Daniel?
Yes, sir. He should have that ability.
Sharing. And are you seeing my T186 Coyote Mountain Road professional survey results? Thumbs up, thank you. So this is part of what's on, these are screenshot images of the portions of the big signed Exhibit S. And we're going to call this Exhibit T1. This is the details from our exhibit. It's the certified shots of the roadway, the north property line, and the details of the building site and the existing ravines. The tables are signed by the surveyor, LSC Surveys, a registered New Mexico professional survey. The image that's blown up on the left is, in the big picture, it's about a thumb scale of detail, but I've blown it up here. What you see here, and it's important to keep in mind then here, is there's this heavy purple horizontal line. We surveyed it, is the north plat boundary of his property at the roadway. You can see the hairpin curve. It's coming uphill from the left into the curve and then further uphill to the right. Then there's a thin yellow boundary line. That is the outline of what the applicant chalked out. And it was ordered by the first meeting with Virtue, they were ordered to come out and chalk the disturbed area for, quote, the count of destroyed trees. Those coordinates for that yellow, yellow outline are above and all. The blue lines are the two surveyed deep existing stormwater ravines that exist. We had the surveyor walk down the ravines, take the shots, and those are the numbers that are called out, like 64, 65, all the way over to 48. And then the other one would be the 57 downhill to the 59. The thick yellow line's important, and that is what the applicant had chalked off as the markings that you can stand on today. The chalk lines are still there. That it's basically the driveway would obviously be to the north, and the building would be to the left. That's an important line to keep in mind. The red line is for the shots that were around the height at the bottom. That shows the height of the stormwater runoff. It's significant, and water ran in it in the last week or two. And then points 28, 29, and 49 were actually shown just for some professional slope analysis that we wanted. Note that in our opinion, in our surveyor's opinion, the applicant has not provided a recently surveyed and signed slope analysis by a licensed surveyor. There's some paperwork that shows from a licensed engineer, but there is nothing that we can see where there is actually the recent survey that we did. So if I go to slide 2, which is second computer here, oops, all right. Dropped the exhibits. Give me a minute, if you please. All right. Am I back? You can see my screen, I assume? Sorry. So T2 is just the rest of the surveyor's data. It's the same picture on the left. North is always north on these. There's a few more of the point shots. But then on the right is the recent email where we just asked him, you know, these surveys were taken a month or so ago. We asked him, just take the dimensions of that yellow outline and tell us, and sign, you know, tell us what is the area of that polynomial. It says right there in the middle on the right, it's 3,833 square feet. That's a pretty important number to remember, 3,833. So T3 is they gave us this. This is an image that came basically off of T1. We've rotated it where the north now is always going to be to the left. The surveys that were done, T1 and T2 are shown. The surveyor gave these to us in KML format. They gave us this screen. So the shots that are the two, there's a blue in the upper left, is the ravine. These are all their shots and the confirmation of the 3833 square feet. You know, a look ahead, that yellow outline is 63% smaller than what they're drawing as the total disturbance area. Staff stated, you know, quote, since the time of the hearing office meeting, the applicant's agent staked the quote, buildable area, end quote, and marked significant trees to be removed. Staff followed up with a site inspection on April 4, 2020, and confirmed that the applicant is within the proposed buildable area presented at the, John, I think you wrote February 1, but unless there was another meeting we missed, it was February 14th. Quote, the staff confirmed that the amount of significant trees to be removed is accurate. Quote, 10 significant trees. That's all on DCC page 68. The short yellow line, again, that's where they've indicated driveway to the left, house to the right. That is confirmed with our numbers to be a 12% slope. That actually then proves that this site is being built on a shoulder of the hillside. That aspect of this being on a shoulder is going to come up in a few minutes. This also shows that 30% of this proposed site is on less than 30% slope. These are numbers that we're getting right off of their exhibit 2. The thick blue line in the upper left is the first deep stormwater runoff. The thick blue line in the middle right is the second one. And then the red line is actually where that would be the south berm height, higher up as the edge of the, so basically the right ravine is at the end of the yellow, deep into the blue by about 5 feet, then back up again about 8 feet on the red. So from our survey data, both washes, the ones that are both shown here in blue from the data we've got, are about 4 feet deep. They're significant. They get down to granite, which means the water races. They're about 20, 25 feet wide, and they're all in slopes of the 30s and 40s. So there's significant stormwater existing runoffs. And again, the 2 thunderstorms we've had in the last week, the 3rd and the 6th, there was a good amount of water running down those. T4, Exhibit T4 is their exact picture. You'll see it in a lot of your materials. It might be 90 degrees rotated, but it's north to the left. This is actually the applicant's Google Earth image, and it's entitled their first landscape plan. It's on page BCC 149, and it's showing north boundary. So it's showing the north boundary. We agree, and it's showing the dimensional details of their Exhibit 2, which is on BCC 55. It shows the driving parkway. You can see that. I'm not sure that if I mouse around a little bit, if you see these things, but it's pretty clear. And that's exactly their outline of their proposed outline of the building in the heavy blue line. What you see is, I'm not going to go through all of them, but there is a dozen violations just on this very page. They're missing the 3 ravines. If you can read topography, you can actually see them. I don't know if anybody can see my mouse movement. But in the area that's this lower tree that's going to get installed, this is the ravine. You can actually see it in these topo lines every 2 feet. You can see it climbing up that hill. They choose not to bring that up. We believe this picture, because these out trees that are outbound of the black disturbed area, they're all up against the root diameters. They're going to die. There's more trees in the area. They claim it to be the 8-inch wide tree at 4.5 feet off the ground, but it's also, there's another definition. If it's 8 foot tall, these trees, there is easily 66 significant trees that hold back the soil that are going to get destroyed by this picture. Not to mention the fire code actually says you can't put trees in. That's in SLDC 763.1.2, 20 feet apart. So they're drawing something that's in violation of the code. They're also not showing a very tall retaining wall. I'm sorry, they're showing it, but they're avoiding it. Can anybody see the mouse? Is that effective by me just circling the mouse a little bit?
Yes, we can see it, sir.
All right, I'd be standing in front of an easel and pointing to it. If you want to just, and I'm under oath, and I'm a mechanical engineer and a nuclear physicist, I think you could trust that I can read a topography. The way that they've detailed this, and I'm going to show it coming up, but this spot is important right in this area because that's actually, this hillside currently exists is 22 feet higher than this driveway. So they're showing a detail in other drawings I'm coming up on this to be a fairly flat driveway parking, but to get up to this corner of this building, that's 22 feet. You're violating another rule, SLDC 7 something, whatever 7, that then says you've got to, it's 717, 1078. Then you've got to have a 5 foot back. I'm sorry, a 5 foot up, 6 foot back. That area of that retaining wall setback is not shown within the picture of the black. There's many things that are not shown in the black area, and I'm going to get to that in a little bit. This also shows the narrow roadway, which is causing major life-threatening safety hazards. SLDC 7.4.5, fire and emergency access easement. Quote, emergency access easements shall be not less than 20 feet in width and shall remain clear at all times of obstructions and including other vehicles. The fire marshal's been out, police, sheriff been visiting, and they say, and I'll show a picture, but when you picture a fire engine sitting on the roadway or a construction truck or the cement truck, they cannot violate that 745, and so that road is not wide enough. And all it needs to be done is have the county put another imposed condition and say that curve, that hairpin curve, needs to be made wider so that there is a full passage of past emergency, of our emergency, while there's construction trucks, or when the fire marshal wants to go around the big fire truck. The things that are, there's many things that are supposed to be, and I had it earlier for maybe some questioning of John, but it was going to take too long. But if, and I'm under oath, so you can believe me, that the disturbance areas that need to be defined have things that are totally not considered in this black line. Construction laydown, leach fields, retention wall setbacks, as I just mentioned. And if you're going to be honest about the ravines, you're going to have to do something above it, which would be to the north of the right side. And you're going to have to do a lot down to the south of it, because you're going to basically be trying to probably put some piping or something, which is another violation that would have to be a variance. So there's a huge amount of disturbance area. The basic rule of thumb is 2.5 times the building size. This area, first off, the black, I'm going to tell you, just that black area is bigger than they've claimed. It's far bigger than the area that as we measured it, and there's even another picture that makes it even bigger. So to our point, we just continue to see numbers that do not match anything. And by the way, this driveway is actually sloped, about 11 to 12%. The code SLDC 711-2 says 10. So it's not that these violations couldn't be overcome, they've got to be admitted to. There's a serious reason for these codes, and just blatantly call in for, not have the right numbers, and not have them all admitted to is just, it's beyond us. So version 5, I'm going to click back for a minute. So 3 is ours, 4 is theirs, and I'm going to get up to it, and I'm under oath, but I'll prove in a few minutes every one of these images I'm showing you are perfectly and accurately aligned. So you're looking, on this picture, you're looking at a 3,833 yellow outline that John is claiming that the agent called is the total disturbance area, end quote. Then they've got a black outline. This is their picture. And it does not measure 8,267 as they've claimed. It actually, you can go on to Google Earth and measure it as a polynomial, and it's within a couple square feet. That's 10,287. You're getting close to this 12,000 square foot limit, and that's another SLDC violation. I keep putting a greater sign just before the number because I said earlier, and this doesn't show leach field, this doesn't show construction laydown. So it's very clear that there's apparently, I'm always taught to say apparently, that there's some reason that they're not showing an accurate depiction. I think this is unethical and unprofessional in our opinion. This should actually result in some revocations of state licenses. This agent's yellow chalked outline is 63% smaller. What they chalked, we measured, than the black line. And then it's gotten so many violations, it's not even funny. I go to 6. But then this is their drawing again. And now I've just taken what they had in Exhibit 2 and I put their numbers on there. And that is, they claim 5607 is a building. I drew a square. It's supposed to be 53 feet on the north side, which is the left. That makes it about 100 and whatever, 106 to the right. That's an accurate sizing of their house. Driveway, 2660. You add those two together. There's the 86. There's the There's the number 8267. That's what they're claiming to be the total disturbance area. They draw that inside of the area of black. Then they also did show the septic line leach field. Well, it's sitting over a ravine. You can see that in the lower right. These lines are the ravine that exists. You can actually see them in the picture, but in the topo, you can really see them. But these are accurately depicted. And it's the septic leach field is proposed, but it's proposed on top of a leach field. It is 130 feet away from the next neighbor, but it's an over a ravine. Now, you don't put leach fields over the top of a water that runs down a ravine and heads down to the well. And the well for the property is about another 500 feet down. That's just dishonest, and that's just unacceptable. So then I've run up and down many basketball courts, not the NBA, but many basketball courts. And I've used this if we've asked the CPC, we've asked to come out and take a site visit, and they won't, or they did. But if you were to stand on that yellow line that's still there today, that yellow line, that little yellow, short little line is where they say driveway to the left, building to the right. And if you stand there and you picture a basketball court, which is slightly smaller than the 5607, anybody can see that it's far over the exceeding of the ravine, which confirms their pictures and their dimensions, and their layout. So there is no question in my mind that this image does actually show all the dimensions of all the applicable areas very accurately. And then on the left, if I can take you up to the upper left, one of the things that we did want to do with our paid for recently survey is to make sure that we knew right where it's on the upper left, private property, no trespassing. So that line is right there across the uphill side of the very steep curve. That is the edge of the property access that this property owner, corporate owner has on this roadway. There's nothing of his above that. So there's going to be a lot of construction that has to be done inside of all that. Mind you, there was never a neighborhood meeting, which we could maybe have worked a few things out, but suddenly we're just called into Mr. Virtue's meeting. And you take the same pictures, and then this is the E11 pumper truck out of Hondo, and it's accurate. I know how to scale things. They're not going to park in the driveway because the house is on fire. And this right here, those little bushes that you can see to the left are real. This is a huge slope off to the left. And the fire marshal points out to us, anybody that does construction and sees that instead of a fire truck to be a load of lumber, they cannot park there. There's not enough road width. And because part of it's because of the hairpin, you lose in geometry. But that hairpin is not acceptable. And the CPC should have seen it. The county should have seen it. It should have been a very easy condition that would have been added to the case to say, fill in the left side of the elbow, and then when we want to come down, we live above here. When we want to come down, Susan lives above here, and we need to go to the hospital or the doctor. We have to be able to get past the fire truck, even if there's a fire, but we got to get past the construction trucks. So it's very limited access on this curve area. So then I'm going to take T9 as the last picture. So then this is their exhibit 13, and it's on BCC page 148, and it's called out as proposed disturb area, and it's in the red. You take the measurements of the red on Google Earth, and that's 13,676. This is their picture. And I know in all of this, you don't have to trust me, but you should. But this is overlaid perfectly. I can take any tree, and I'll tell you the tree on this picture, get the right mouse there. The trees on this picture.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Wayne with Jim Siebert's office. I just want to state for the record that we did not prepare any of these exhibits that the appellant is discussing. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's not true. T4 was theirs. Oh,
Sorry.
That was ours.
T4 is theirs and T9 is theirs. So bottom line, if you go back and take any one of these indicated trees, that's a tree right there. You go down through all my pictures. These are all overlaid perfect. The bottom line is there is a yellow, there's a white staked area that we show in yellow. That's 3,833 square feet. And they're proposing it to put in a 5,607,000 square foot building and a 2,660 foot, and they claim that the yellow is 10 trees. We claim that black area, well, go to the red one if you want. These are both theirs. This red area is their exhibit 13, BCC 148. So I'm not sure what he was saying. If he didn't recognize it, we can help you. But bottom line, there's probably more than 66 trees that are dead by this. This area is way over the ravine. So the fact is that we've got pictures and we've got documentation that shows ravines. If I were doing a cross examination of John or to the Siebert right now, there is absolutely no evidence that they've ever acknowledged a ravine or three. This is their exhibit also. So there are older exhibits of theirs, and maybe he isn't aware of these, are mostly his, is the house actually, there's some pictures that show it stepping left to right, which would be downhill. But then this is the most recent depiction of the building that they're proposing. And it actually slopes to the south. You're looking, you'd be looking to the south. You can see it steps down. There's another picture here. It's theirs. It shows it truly stepping down to the right. So in other words, this back level is easily 12 to 13, 14 feet lower than the front level. And by the way, if you remember where the ravine is, the water right now, if you just left it as a pipe, would be going through the window of this lower area. But this picture here is blatantly wrong. And if it's their latest version of a stepping down to the south, which we have to accept is right, and we accept it's within the region that they've shown in their exhibits 2 and 13, they just egregiously, this pipe, if I've drawn it here, that is the height of the current soil on that current spot of the current diagrams on our mountain. So it's easily 10 or so feet higher. So this area that they're showing is a nice little backdrop patio or whatever. This all is mountain that has to be retaining wall. So there's our claim. And if you do the topo, it's basically is the 12 or the 20, that's about 22 feet of a retaining wall that's going to be in there. They don't acknowledge that, or they don't work through that at all. So showing this picture is absolutely wrong. And we didn't create it. But it's still, there is a version showing it sloping this way, which is one way it's looking. There's another version of details I'm going to show in a second that show it here. So this is theirs. I think they'll recognize this. So this is our exhibit U1. It's there, so no one can claim on the next slide I've changed anything. This is exactly their, quote, conceptual grading plan. I assume they recognize it. While it's here, the next one is, all I do is I'm going to make it easier to read things. This is the black area that I've been showing. It's their numbers. All the numbers we've gotten are off of this. You can actually see the ravine. It's showing this actually over here on the right. Maybe I'll just zoom in if I don't screw everything up here. I already screwed it up. Should I not? So this is actually showing pads high, medium, and low. That's to the west. Those other pictures I just showed you are sloping to the other direction. So which one are we using and which one is the county using? I started out as an architect. I can read topo and I can read slices. This scale that's all here, this is a slice. The middle is the slice across the driveway, section lines, and these are down into the building. So what we've done to help ourselves, my wife actually highlighted them, and I'm not going to zoom into all of them, but all the oranges are their 53-foot wide front building proposed. And the orange, all the oranges are the same front dimension, if you will. It's a second scale on the bottom. There's a building from the side views, but this, you can see it right here in the middle. So they're showing at the corner of that building, as I'd said earlier, where my mouse went, that they're going to have a flat area. And then there's that pole that I had drawn. And in this case, they do show the required 5 foot up, 6 foot back, 5, 6, although one of them 6, so they break that rule. The rule is 5, 6, 5. This is showing 6, 6, 5, 6. So come on, people, we got dinged when we built our property for 3 inches on our parapets. If you take this 32-foot resultant terracing, which they do kind of show here, I'll zoom back out. They don't show it here in the upper right. So, and thus they don't show it in the disturbance area. Thus they don't show it in the trees that are damaged. So you can actually have pointed out the storm ravine. So the point of this is, this detail here is what we've used for all the claims. And if you've got 3,800 square feet area available and you put in 5,000 and 2,000, it doesn't fit. So that just doesn't compute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Terhune. I didn't know if there was still a lot more on your presentation, but we still have to go to public comment. And I think everybody understands your concern, but if we could try to, I'm not sure how much longer your presentation is, but if we could try to move forward with it, that'd be great. And I know it's really informative and really detailed, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, let me, so this basically here walks through what I just said, that, you know, there's the claims, the sizes, the measurements we've taken, and the proof. This is the list. This is the listing from the far more than 4 variances all the way down through what we've confirmed. And on item, well, let me do this one, please. I understand, and I will abide by that. There's far more than 4 violations. There's drastically understated total disturbance area. I mentioned it. Oh, by the way, it's 12,000 square feet is the limit. And there's many things that aren't in there. The 3 stormwater ravines clearly can be identified. 4, we've talked about the public safety hazard of the road being blocked. This is actually defined in the SLDC as to be on a shoulder. And it's clearly when the slope goes from greater than 30% down and is less than 30, this is a shoulder. The limits of a shoulder, which is SLDC 717-932, is a 14-foot high construction, 1 level. 6 was probably the one we detected on first meeting, but we've learned now that you can actually grub and grade without a state building permit. The applicant can grade the site, install a pad without the owner of state building permit for a building based on 2 drastically different pad details. We're not sure which one, but supposedly all you need is the very first development permit by the county, quote, for grading. So the quote that we got from the county was, oftentimes the county approves a development permit to construct access in a pad to lots that are a legal lot of record. When developing a residence, a permit checklist is provided in a different document, in a different checklist. The grading and clearing checklist, which is only required, very minimalistic, is provided for roads and pads. So what we're concerned about is you've got all these different details, all these numbers that don't add up, and you can very easily get the very first county development permit dash grading, and you can be up there pretty soon after that, and you can start grubbing and grading. And that to us is egregious. I actually wanted to show this and I won't, but for a comparative, Leticia Podeca, is that these are actually two quotes that I found in an August 11th BCC hearing where you all were fighting and having a little issue with Lanol and taking water out of the Rio. And I found it really interesting because I went back and read them, but Commissioner Hanson may recognize this, but these are the kind of words that quote she used in protesting why it didn't have the right details. The application wasn't filled out right. And then the Attorney Schaefer followed in that same hearing that, the basis of it all. These quotes that we're getting are exactly what we're saying. Just get the right details. Don't be violating all the rules. So let me just, may I just summarize, and I'll respect what you asked for, Your Honor.
Absolutely, sir. Please proceed. And then we do, the applicant will have the opportunity to ask you questions or as well.
Absolutely. So I think we've summarized, the issues. And I think that the worst of this is that the SLDC code allows for a pre-application neighborhood meeting. And it's stated as required. John has mentioned in some emails, they decided it wasn't required. If there was any poster child for a need for a neighborhood meeting to go over these things ahead of time, this is it. This has all happened while we're basically have not even been aware of all this. And the fact that this development grading plan can be authorized and quote, as was stated, can be used, just get going with a pad. It seems egregious to even have this with all these SLDC violations. The last thing I just wanted to say is I've got over 47 years working in the aerospace defense industry. And when we write a requirement and it's a shall statement, and there's 300,789 in the SLDC, that's a law. That doesn't get violated earlier. So what I'd like you to think about is these shall statements being violated left and right. We medical professionals follow regulations. John follows regulations. I, as an engineer for an aircraft and a satellite, follow reservation requirements. Shall statements are something. So the next time you're sitting in an airplane on inbound approach to SAF, you better hope that the engineer that was involved with that aircraft and that airport were following the shall statements, and they just didn't have a few that they thought that they could honor and a few that they didn't. So that's basically what the crux of what our community, and this, I'm representing the community, but I think I've taken enough time, but I think that our community there's never been a saying other than we agree with what I presented and we put together as a team. We can't even imagine how the CPC didn't catch a few of these things. So. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Terhune. Are there any questions that we have from the applicant at this point for the appellant or cross-examination? Mr. Dalton or the surveyor?
Mr. Chair, this is John Lovato with Growth Management. If I can have some words as well, just to clarify some issues when you get a chance or when they are completed.
Absolutely. I haven't heard from Mr. Dalton, so I'll go ahead and go to
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
this is
Lovato.
Wayne.
Oh, Mr. Dalton, go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me? Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
sir, we
I'd
can.
just like to state that the site's not buildable without variances. And we can't comply with code. That's why we're going through this process. Staff is requiring these reports as a condition of approval. Everything that Mr. Terhune is discussing will be addressed at time of development permit. And if you look at condition number 1, the applicant shall provide a plan showing the limits of disturbance and provide a construction fence along the limited area. So we're requesting 8,200 square feet of disturbed area. That area's got to be fenced, and we're not allowed to touch anything outside of that fence. As far as significant trees go, staff has verified the amount of significant trees. We're required to do a landscape plan. And we are going to, we plan on transplanting healthy pinon and juniper trees as part of the landscape plan. We're required to submit a drainage and grading plan, which would address Mr. Terhune's issues. And Mr. Chair, condition number 7, the applicant shall comply with all Santa Fe County fire prevention requirements. This application, this isn't a development application, this is a variance application. Our client cannot move forward and spend the money on the studies that staff is requiring without these variances being approved first. Mr. Chair, I also want to say that the drawings that Mr. Terhune was referencing, yes, they're renderings. You know, we were asked by staff to basically imagine a house complying with code requirements and giving them a picture of it. And that's what we did. So it's not set in stone. That's a rendering. So, you know, there's still a lot of work to do, Mr. Chair, and we understand code requirements, and so does staff. And staff has done a great job. And like I say, there's just a lot of work to do still, and all the appellant's questions and issues will be addressed at time of development permit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. I'm going to go to Mr. Lobato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I certainly don't question the ability of Mr. Terhune and his, he's a very smart guy. You know, obviously he works for NASA and he's a physicist and whatnot. And I don't question that at all whatsoever. But I do bring up a valid point that the slope analysis was done by a licensed engineer, which we allow. The plans that were presented to you are in the packet. They were also done by a licensed engineer. The engineer did not identify